You guys are doing well. Let's see. Let's go down the list, shall we? What's up, Mr. Witty? Congrats on first again today. Hello, Bawa. What's up, Escape, Significant, and Fluffy? Hello. To Mr. DeRoja. Hello, and Saku. Hello, hello. Hope you're feeling better on Saturday. Yeah, that was rough yesterday. It was yeah, but I'm feeling better now. Thank you. And yo, what's up, Barthius and Kongor and Mr. Blue Samurai and Peepee. Hello, hello. Zen Gamer and Rob and Cypress. Hello, guys. Hope you guys are doing well. Yeah. Sorry I had to miss stream yesterday because I had some Korean barbecue, I guess, and it didn't go down very well. So, you know, I was sitting on the toilet for a little bit. You also said. So, yeah, that's why I was not here yesterday. If you guys were on the Discord, you would have gotten the message. If not, then what are you doing? Go to the Discord. That way you know what's going on with the stream and everything. During the tornadoes? No tornado. It was a blasting? Yeah, I was blasting out of my asshole. That's where I was blasting. But yeah, my stomach is weak. I would say that my fat, it's a genetic thing. My dad also has a weak stomach. Yeah. So it's a hereditary thing, I guess. But, you know, we're here, we're back, we're ready to go, ready to stream, ready to take a look at some of the stuff that's been happening in the Path of Exile sphere in the last 24 to 48 hours. We have this video right here that Ziggy D uploaded 7 hours ago. I have no clue what it really is about. Given that it's Path of Exile 2 Ruthless, I'm assuming maybe it's another take on like the speed conversation. I don't know. And then we also have this right here, which honestly, I have no clue what's going on here. So, but we'll talk about it. Well, what's this clip?
That means you're done with Lost Ark after 1 day, right? That's fine. Then you get 6 days to play real games. What's wrong with that? Wait, does that mean it's a game that respects your time? Right? Is anyone in chat still playing this? Is that true?
It is a game that respects your time indeed. Maybe. Not really. But okay. Let's see here. First things first, we have this. Nobody knows what this is. Another random ass post from Kelly. Like, what? No, nobody. What is going on here? Not Misa's not streaming today. No, today I'm streaming. Kelly, she's like, I have no clue. Is this like a dynamite for Delve? What is this? Like a TNT for Delve? I don't even know. It's chocolate. It's like chocolate wafers. King's March building a house. I have not really any clue what to make of this. It's a fortress. When I look at this, I'm just like, it's something about building something, right? I don't know what the significance of this like little straw thing is, but she's making fun of you. What are we playing today? Maybe some more Diablo 4. Jenga minigame and PoE. I mean, I honestly don't know. Like the other ones, maybe we could like draw some sort of conclusion, some sort of like thing, but I have no clue what this is. Central tower thing, and the rest of those straws are the walls around it. I don't know. Burning monolith. Well, a barber do our hey, what was that to do with a barber? Again, I mean, it kind of looks like a TNT to me for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of anything else. Yo, Cyclo, what are we looking at? We're looking at Kelly's latest tweet. And we're trying to make heads or tails of this. And I'm drawing on a blank. Minecraft trapdoor, delve. It's a stack of chocolates with a straw. I mean, yes, that is quite literally what it is. But what does it mean? Is there a deeper meaning to this? Also, Shaq, duelist confirmed. Trust me, bro. Expedition now drops chocolates? I don't think that's the case. Watching try video? I don't know. Maybe we'll see. It's stacked like towers. Only we know is meaning making sense after the teaser / reveal. I mean, is that the case though? Like, I still can't really make heads or tails of like what this stuff is. Like, what is the bird? Like, what is the bird? I don't think we've learned anything about the bird yet. Maybe you could say spider means this. And we still don't have a confirmation about what tree means either. Maybe the tree means this tree, right? But like, I don't even know. That's why for the reveal, I mean, at this point, some of this stuff I don't even know if it's really anything. And I feel like there's some stuff here that's like a red herring. She's just trying to throw us off her trail. Definitely keepers. Keepers League is a tree. They're bringing keepers 0.5. Well, I mean, I think that's pretty obvious already, given the Korean teaser leak. That I think that's already like pretty confirmed about keepers. Her job is to keep engagement high, not to give us answers. I mean, let me be honest, right? If I wasn't perpetually online, this shit wouldn't even matter to me. I don't know if this is really given much engagement. Maybe it is. Maybe there's more perpetually online Path of Exile players than I thought. But if I was just a person who like was just playing Path of Exile for fun, this shit don't do anything. I'm just like, what the fuck is this? All right, move on. Amount of shorts about them in theory videos, but I just think I personally think that's probably because like of the time that we're in right now. But maybe you know, it means something. Who knows? It's just more rather than like fueling the speculations. I think it's just giving content creators bullshit to make. That's what I feel like this is. This is just bait for content creators to make bullshit about because they have nothing else to make videos about. It looks like a ritual totem's a ritual rework. You got people theory crafting hard with all these picks. I want a Twix now. Dude, Twix is so good. I don't think these are Twix, but Twix are good. Looks like a birthday cake. Maybe it's her birthday's coming up. Maybe she's trying to tell us a little message that we should give her a birthday present. Because her birthday soon. delve machine that lights the path up for us. Yeah, I don't know. I can't speculate on these. I'm the person that is not really like I'm not the type to sit here and just be like, what the heck is this? I'm gonna go and look up all these things to see what's going on. I'm just the type of person that's just like, you know what? I don't fucking care about this. Like if I wasn't making content, if I wasn't like streaming to you guys, I wouldn't even follow her account. All of it is just like weird little tiny tidbits that I'm just like, I don't care. I'm more the type of person that's like, give me the shit. Tell me what's coming. Tell me what it is. If it ain't telling me what it is, I don't care. You see, you know which type of teasers I like, guys? You know what type of teasers I like? Something like this is fine, right? Mountain. It's like, obviously, this is Delirium, okay? Delirium rework. That's a good teaser. I'm like, oh, shit. Delirium rework coming. Or like, at least that's what we think, right? But it's pretty obvious what it is. It's something related to Delirium, right? That's a good teaser. That's a real good teaser. You know what else is a good teaser? Well, you know what other teasers I like? I like teasers like, what is it? Let's take a look. Let's go back. Let's go back. Is this teaser? No, it's not teaser. I like teasers like this.
Those who walk alone, the night bites colder. But there are those who
I wonder what it is. Oh, it's a druid. That's hype. We're getting druid. See, that's a good teaser right there. That's a good teaser. It's a trailer, not a teaser. Did they just not release teasers last league then? Did they only have trailers? Because they didn't release anything other than this. And this one, which is revealing the league content. And then I guess, you know, the league before, they had one teaser then. If that's the definition of a teaser versus a trailer. I think I still count it as a teaser. That Zero one is a teaser? I mean, it was pretty obvious what it was. The Druid show gameplay? No, it didn't. It didn't show any gameplay. It was literally just a druid howling. Either the wolf howling. But it was like really easy to tell like what it is. It's like, oh, obvious it's druid. It's like you could be like, oh, I wonder, like, or like this, right? I wonder what this is. Oh no, that was not the Abyss one. The Abyss one was a different one. But it was basically like that. This one right here. I wonder what it is.
Light we burn. In the dark. We thrive.
Oh wait, no. This was not as obvious as I thought it was. These were more cryptic. But, you know, you kind of see with the color scheme and everything. It's a little bit more obvi, but something like this, I don't know. I just don't like them. I don't like the teasers that we're getting right now. They changed up the PoE logo. But yeah, I'm just not a fan of these teasers. I don't like these teasers. I don't care about them too much. I don't care about the lore. I don't care about going into like the wiki and like trying to figure out like, oh, tuning fork means this thing, or like the this is that cowgirl. I just I'm not a big fan of these. Goes Rory. Is a trending or cryptic more obvious that sees a big reveal? Yeah. I would have preferred if it was just all kind of like, you know, on the line of like, hey, if you know your lore, like if you know, not even lore, if you like played the game before, you kind of know what it is. But it is what it is. It's the style that they're going for. I'm just not a big fan of it. Some people, it's going to be like, you know, some people are a fan of it. Some people are not a fan of it, right? I'm just not a fan of it. Then I see people make 50-minute videos over a 1-minute clip. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of it. Just show us the guy with the sword. Exactly, bro. That's what I want. That's what I want. But, you know, maybe I'm guessing. My assumption is that we'll get something tomorrow. My assumption is that we'll get another teaser tomorrow. We'll probably I'm crossing my fingers and hoping that it's a new class, but I'm just not entirely sure. I did make a post earlier today asking if people thought that we're going to get a new class, and it definitely looks like most people are on the side that we're going to get a new class. I say it was duelist for 1.0 hype release. I don't have any idea on 0.5 content. Well, right now, off of what we've seen, it's most likely one of the things that we're getting is that we are getting a rework on most of the league mechanics. 2 new classes, I double down. New class, existing league mechanic rework plus new league mechanic for age. Again, my guess, right? This is where I lean towards. I lean towards rework of existing mechanics, right? So it's going to be, so far we've seen Expedition, we've seen Breach, we've seen Delirium reworks. We haven't seen Ritual. Maybe they will do that, but who knows? But I'd say like in terms of the ones that need the most rework, it's or the least, it's probably Abyss and Ritual. I think those two are the ones that people farm the most anyways. But they're definitely gonna do, from what I can tell, Breach, Expedition, Delirium. The other thing I'm leaning towards is of course a new class. I'm still holding out hope, and I think that they'll bring a new class. And again, I don't know. I think the lowest priority with like in terms of the amount of information we have and what I think is necessary, I think there may be a not they maybe there's no new league mechanic, but there's gonna be a new class instead. Do you think it'll be reworks adding content? I think it'll reworks. There's a huge possibility that they add a lot of the breach stuff too. Like you know how they said that there's like breach bosses that they don't have in the game yet? So I think there might be some of those being brought in. I don't think we'll get any new mechanics. They're busy reworking them. Yeah. That's the side I'm leaning on as well. Pretty excited with the endgame rehaul plus existing league mechanic rework. So yeah, anything additional would be really good. I'm thinking that most people will be fine because in a way, if they do rework all those league mechanics, they're basically like new league mechanics. So it's like you could say that we were getting 3 new league mechanics or 4 new league mechanics, right? So as a result, I don't think they need to come out with a new league mechanic, but I do want to see a new class that cannot be replaced. We still need to get Coach Drop. Yeah, we usually get those like a couple days before the live stream. At least the announcement. You know what pisses me off? You know when they do the Ziggy D interview afterwards, they waste so much time mucking around, and they've been doing that for so long. Sometimes I tune out because half that interview is unprofessional. I mean, some people like that. I personally tune out. I don't really watch it. Like, I rarely watch it. Usually I'll get like little tidbits from like clips and stuff like that people send to me. But like in terms of watching the whole interview, I just usually what'll happen is after the main live stream, I head straight into the game and then we buy the cosmetics and I show it to you guys. I mean, I think there are people that like it, and that's totally fine. It's not for me, but I think that there are enough people that like it to where I don't think it's necessarily just like a waste of time. 10 Breach Molten Vault? Do I skip them? Yeah, I think you're done. I think it's over. Just leave. Just log out of the game. Your RNG for the rest of the night is cooked. Now I've seen Kelly's post. What the hell is that? Pfft, I don't know. But yeah. All right. Well, enough speculating. We're done with the speculation part. I do want to watch this video by Ziggy D. Path of Exile 2 Ruthless. I don't know what this means, but we're about to find out.
Back when Path of Exile 2 launched into early access, the game was bloody hard.
No beach
Gear
today?
and currency
No,
were
probably not.
scarce, crafting options highly limited, and skills heavily restricted. Kripparrian even went so far as to say that Path of Exile 2 was effectively Ruthless mode from Path of Exile 1. From 0.1 to now, the end of 0.4, player power has increased dramatically. And while I enjoy the game more overall now, part of me was feeling nostalgic for those scary first few times through the game. The experience feels like it's changed so much in such a short time frame. Of course, Path of Exile 2 doesn't have an official Ruthless mode, but let's make our own. Here is what I believe to be the Ruthless mantra. Earn everything yourself. Spurn handouts and guardrails. And let scarcity drive innovation. So with that spirit guiding me, I crafted a recipe for Path of Exile 2 Ruthless mode. Here are the rules. Rule 1, hardcore and solo self-found, obviously. Rule 2 is truly ethical gameplay only. No resetting at checkpoints or trying to otherwise cheat death. Portaling out of boss fights is technically allowed, but it's a cowardly, shameful behavior.
Portaling out of boss fights? You can't even do that, though. What?
Boss fights is technically allowed, but it's a cowardly, shameful behavior. Also, resetting can...
You can? How do you portal out of a boss fight? You can? Really? Log out, log back in. Oh, I mean, okay. So you're saying basically do a reset, right? Yeah. I mean, I guess you could do that. I thought you was talking about just like portaling out, which you can't do, but you can reset it.
Technically allowed, but it's a cowardly, shameful behavior. Also, resetting campaign zones to farm and just overpower content is cheating too. None of that. You get to clear and loot each zone once only, so make it count. Rule 3, monsters don't drop rare gear. To make that a fact, I customized a loot filter to hide every possible rare item.
Too, but you can't portal out.
Oh, look at that. Oh, baby. Rule 3.
Wait, what did he say?
To make it count. Rule 3, monsters don't drop rare gear. To make that a fact, I
monsters don't drop rare gear. Damn.
Customized a loot filter to hide every possible rare item. Perfection. Oh, look at that. Oh, baby. Rule 4. No getting handouts from NPCs. Rayclast ain't no welfare state. So, no gambling, no buying gear, not even scrolls. That one really stings. And no cheating that either with ID all NPCs too.
Rigorous trash after the campaign.
Certainly no free items from quest rewards. Some poser NPC tried to give me a skill gem when I got to town. I said, man, what I look like? A charity case? I took it, and threw it on the ground.
Damn, you can't even... How are you going to get skills at that point? Holy
I
crap.
don't need your handouts. Rule 5, crafting restrictions. You cannot replace sockets just like back in the day, back in 0.1. And finally, I think one of the most interesting...
when we cannot replace sockets, when filled socketables are permanent. Exalts only work on maps, never gear. Practically limits most rares. Holy crap.
changes in this entire rule set. No exalts. Well, okay, I wanted to do no exalts, but you kind of can't do that. You actually need them for maps if you get to endgame. So I had to compromise a bit here, but the real rule is no exalts on gear. If you find exalts, you can put them in your stash and save them for endgame. I think this one is pretty interesting as it means that practically you can get 3 mod rares from Regals and Essences kind of only, and the occasional 4 mod from Alchemies. But those are going to be pretty rare, and getting more than that, 5 and 6 property items, it takes engaging with specific systems like Temple and Abyss. This creates a unique to Ruthless crafting meta that's backed up by no rare item drops and no NPC shopping or trade. So now let me tell you the story of this, my most ethical Path of Exile 2 playthrough yet. The first priority after leaving
Holy crap.
town empty-handed, having
So let's see. So he did do this playthrough, I guess, right? I guess he did do this playthrough. How far did he get?
out. Rule 4, broken. Just like that. Not only that, but I respect so much the sanctity of Ruthless. It is with great shame that I must admit and disclose a crime most foul.
So the cultists really did have a king lurking out. Thank you, hero. See ya.
That's right. I cheated. I didn't even realize until editing this video just now. My brain must just be rotted by too many hours of non-ruthless gameplay. It just caused me to slip. On autopilot, I took the quest reward from an NPC. A handout. Rule 4. Broken. Just like that. Not only that, but I immediately equipped the charm too, so I can't even say, oh, I didn't make an impact on my playthrough. I remember thinking, there's a fair bit of fire damage in the next zones. This is good that I have this. I remember that exact thought, and yet I still didn't even realize I had cheated in time to delete it. But ignorance of a crime does not absolve me of it, and I have deleted the rest of the footage, after of course forwarding a copy to the police. This Ruthless run was truly a beautiful, if short-lived, experience. The rule set wove together perfectly to help me rediscover the fear of Rayclass horrors, that simple joy of a wisdom scroll drop, the enlightenment and superiority that you feel of knowing that you earned every step of progress that you make. It truly does make you a better person than other people, but I ruined it. I know not yet what my penance should be. I appeal to you, PoE 2 Ruthless community. I do not ask for mercy, no. I do not.
Interesting. So he did a Ruthless playthrough, and here are the rules basically. HCSSF, no logouts, checkpoints to avoid death, no resetting zones to farm, no handouts from NPCs, no rare drops. Cannot replace runes when socketed in. Cannot exalt gear with exalts. Exalted benches of all temple are allowed only via the bench. Do you guys think that's like an interesting challenge? No. Yes, do shield wall Smithic Dava uses white body armor. Yeah. I was hoping that this would be I was hoping this would be refueling the talkative try ruthless conversation. But I guess it wasn't. I guess it was like his own thing. but he didn't go past Act 1 because it was so dog, really? Did he stream it? Leveling on the beach is the true challenge. You're on edge here. Man, I thought that was gonna be a longer video. I was like excited. I was like, all right, let's watch this shit. It's gonna be good. Let's do a quick little react stream. And yeah, that was not a react stream. That was not a react. Beach is the true ruthless. Jorgen doesn't do one? Yeah. Jorgen does, but let me see. Let me see. Let me see what it is. Let's see this.
Welcome back, you filthy exiles, and it's my favorite season where we get to predict potentially what's going to come into the game. And obviously we have no real idea. Everything is speculation until it's a reality. However, there's some cool concepts and ideas that I've sort of been thinking about, as well as there's at least one that I had a member of our Discord put up, and I gotta say it looks pretty cool, considering the fact that Kalgurans can't use gems and runes are a big thing in their culture, and we see a lot of iconography to runes in particular, and just the return of the ancients insignia and logo.
Release me from this speculative
anyway,
purgatory.
let's get into the video and let's just talk about some of the things that I think are going to be coming into the game in the 0.5 patch. And I think it's actually going to be pretty significant because there's a lot of stuff that can come from the whole like ancient sort of themology. We start talking about things like precursors. We start talking about things like the Kalgurans, runography, or whatever we want to call that, runic symbols, all that sort of stuff is all from ancient times according to the lore. There's a lot of stuff that points back to it. Obviously, the meme now is it could be Delve. It could be Delve. I'm hoping maybe, but
Wait. Who's saying it could be Delve? I have not heard anybody say Delve. What the heck? Who's whispering those lies into your ears, Jorgen? I know Jorgen loves Delve, but who's out there whispering those lies into his ears? That's crazy. That's insane. Maybe first day we thought maybe it's Delve, but there's no way this is Delve. There's no way this is Delve. Who's out there trying to whisper him lies? Who's out there trying to trick him?
Delve. It could be Delve. I'm hoping maybe, but
man.
I'm also not going to definitively say
I think it's himself.
It could be Delve. But anyway, this will just be a bit of a fun list that we can work through and come up with some predictions. Okay, so the first thing I think that we might see is an overhaul to Expedition. And part of me believes this because of, number one, the teaser we can see is potentially Kalguran. I also think potentially this could be a new class that we get, and it hasn't been added into the game before.
No.
But maybe where you don't use skill gems, but they're translated into runes or something like that. That would actually be really cool if they did do that as an ascendancy. Not as a whole
crazy
class.
Talk.
But then beyond that too, there's also a bit of a breakdown in the actual return of the Ancients logo itself.
What the heck is this? Expansion, blast, explosion, cataclysm. Maybe there's more common meaning like expansion within, something trying to break through. Something's weird about this. I had a harbinger with fire, and this was his flame dashing. I've asked you if there was a bug, and we'll see the answer, but why would fire plus this equals flame dash? Appearance on the sword, the staff on harbinger monsters that specifically use flame blast. No, That's a fucking stretch. There is no way. I don't believe this shit, bro. I don't believe that shit for a second. Dude's literally out here drawing fucking squiggly lines on this little thing, calling it like this symbol. Like, what the heck is this? Dude's literally fucking coping so hard. Let me see. Can I find one of these logos? PoE to Return of the Ancients logo. Could we find one of these logos? Fuck it. This is good enough. Image, copy image, paint. Good enough. All right. Let's see here. I mean, obviously, right, guys? Obviously, this is the Uniball League, all right? This is the Uniball League. You see this? Watch. Okay, this is the Uniball League, okay? You see, normally, a dude's cock looks like this, right? You have two balls, and then you have the shaft, right? You know? That's the normal situation, all right? But we have the Uniball League where this is the one ball, and then now you got the dude with the shaft right here instead. So clearly this is a new weapon in the Path of Exile 2 universe, where it's really just going for a masculine league that we have never seen before. Flail? I mean, your guess is as good as mine, but all I'm gonna say is this is the Uniball League. Come on! Like, what is this fucking drawing here? Who's out here drawing this fucking bullshit and be like, yeah, this is totally what it is? What the fuck is going on here? Dude's out here stretching fucking further than my foreskin. Holy shit. Like, what is it? Oh, you got this, and you got the fucking urethra right here. Like, what? Well, what the fuck is this? This might as well be a fucking unknown from Pokemon. Like, what? How? I just think this is the fucking craziest stretch I've ever seen. I don't know, man. I don't even know. I just can't believe it. Okay, we're gonna move on. Yeah, I'm done crashing out about this. I'm done crashing out about it.
And this was brought up in our Discord by a member of our Discord. Basically, the symbol in the background on Return of the Ancients, it actually links to the rune symbols in the game that stand for sword and runic imprints on swords. And obviously, it'll have this on the screen. That's actually really interesting, and pardon me,
it doesn't
could
look
also
like
be
it.
alluding to
I
the
don't see
fact
it.
that we might also be looking at getting swords. And that leads into
the logo is a deliberate sale, cracked, so lettering, ages of war, deep antiquity, flanking stone guardian idols, symmetrical pose, and a circular mechanical cosmic orb centered around the background. Amber gold palette, mapped directly to the Azurite mind color language of PoE 1 Delves League, which is the all crystal. GG those palette intentionally. God, AI slop. And if he's right, I mean, look, maybe he's right. I don't know. All I'm gonna say is this shit looks fucking bullshit as how the fuck do you draw this logo right here off of these? Like, sure, you get the circle and the little ball in the middle, right? I'll give you that, right? This circle and the ball in the middle makes sense because it literally is a circle with a little fucking like empty ball in the middle. Okay, sure. But how the fuck do you get to like this fucking urethra shape on the outside off of this? Like, huh? What? That is a fucking crazy ass stretch. Are you gonna ignore what this little ball is over here? Are you gonna ignore these balls? Are you gonna ignore these little like holes right here? Like it's insane, bro. It is fucking insane. You're bored? Yeah, it seems to be the case for sure.
Basically, the symbols and obviously we'll have this on the screen.
Make shit up, get more
that's
clicks,
really
equals
interesting,
profit.
and pardon me, could also be alluding to the fact that we might also be looking at getting swords. And
I mean, I think that's likely,
that
but not because of that.
Might be getting then. So obviously, if there is a hint there and a snifter that a sword is coming into the game, that could also be indicating that we're not only going to get all the skills that come with that and all the rest of it, and that would actually make sense at this stage because there's been talk of how things are progressing.
What is this? What is this? The Return of the Ancients. I mean, yes. This is I don't know, man. That is it's a ball, all right. It's a ball.
Interviews and swords, something that's potentially coming up sooner than later. But that also means potentially the
all I'm gonna say is every time I see this, I fucking see Chris Wilson. Every time I see this image, I see that, I'm like, wait, they put Chris Wilson into the game? I don't know why. I mean, I know why. It's because of the bald head. But like, I don't know why it's the first thing that I jumped to, the first conclusion. I'm like, because like, it honestly looks like a dude wearing a t-shirt and some khakis. Like, just from this angle, it looks like a dude wearing a t-shirt. He looks very out of place to me. These guys have like some, weird like, clothing from back then. This dude literally just looks like a bald dude with a t-shirt and khakis. He's being leave him alone. I always see it as Chris Wilson about to take a piss from the back angle.
Duelist might be making its way into the game, and later,
and dude just like out here like kicking sand.
Potentially, the duelist might be making its way into the game. And now there was the theory that based on the splash page art, originally the duelist was going to actually be called the symbology or the symbols of the new classes in the game.
It is the Maru-san
It was going to be
League.
referred to as a gladiator class, but it actually looks more like the case that it's just going to be the duelist class. And I think I saw a video that DM put up last week covering off on this, and so that leads me to believe that we'll get the duelist in this patch. I think we'll either get the gladiator or something that resembles a Slayer gladiator, and potentially maybe something else. If not those, we'll get something else, which would be really cool. I also think we're going to get the Shadow, and that makes a lot of sense based on the art.
Dorgan is going on the 2-class prediction. Now that is something I did not expect. Like, at this rate, some people are thinking that we might not even get a class. It's a minority opinion, right? It's a minority opinion, but we haven't gotten the teaser for it yet. We've gotten multiple teasers, and we have not even seen the league mechanic yet, at least from what we can tell, any obvious ones. So they better, no, this week better be cooking. This week better give us some big teasers, or else it could be pointing towards a no-class league.
From pardon me, the trailer where we've got the sounding sort of fork and whatnot in the
I don't think it will
foreground
be
and whatnot. So
I think higher chance of no league mechanic,
and it actually would make a lot of sense that the Shadow with daggers and traps and mines into the game. They've had a lot of time to work on that too. Now, part of me also believes that we might be getting Act 5, and this covers off on like the Twilight.
Act 5 too? God damn. Again, you guys know my opinion. I don't think Act 5 is going to come without Act 6. I do not think they're going to release just Act 5.
Order and like all that sort of themology of the game, right, and lore. And that would then make sense to add the Templar Order and potentially Inquisitor and
willing to bet a
remote
on that.
Or whatever other
You're already getting the remote.
come into the game as well. So I think potentially we might also get the Templar, but that would be a very big patch. And to sort of
Templar
back up
potentially.
a bit here, it's been 6 months, and so
Jorgen's just saying that we're gonna get
come
everything
out with something big. Now, obviously, the last patch we did get the Druid, and we did get the Disciple of Vashta or whatnot. So, are we going to get that much content? I'm not sure. I'd stack it up to say at the bare minimum we're going to get the Duelist. I'd really like to see the Templar come in because I'm really excited for that class. And I think potentially we're at the point where we need more like shadow sort of assassin classes. We don't really have that stuff outside of like Deadeye. And so actually Disciple of Ash is sort of like that, but it's still a mage. And so, or a Sork. So basically, I think like we're looking at things like shadows and duelists and bringing some variation in. Personally, I'd love to see Marauder come into the game, but we've already got the Warrior, and that sort of covers off on the big stuff there. I really, though, would like to see the Templar come in if we're going to get Act 5. With that, it'd also be good to see Defense of the Ancients come into the game as well.
Defense of the Ancients.
The Toda mod, I should
Man's
call
a
it.
Dota player.
Basically, this is our last Ascension method that we can do in the game, and it would be really, really cool to see that finally come in. They sort of hinted it in the last patch that it just wasn't quite ready. So it makes sense after 6 months of dev time that we should see Toda make its way into the game, hopefully. And that actually would open up a fair bit of fun gameplay mechanics. I'm also interested to see what they do with that around, like, are we going to get things like tattoos and all that sort of stuff? Are they going to change the skill tree to accommodate for that? Because there's definitely like tattoos that can be applied to mastery points in Path of Exile 1. So maybe they start adding things like mastery points in. And now we're starting to talk about what I think is going to be happening in the actual like end game per se. So the next big thing that I'm sort of hoping for is a full life scaling and tree rework. Now, if we are going to get new classes and things like that in the game, it would be really good to see that make its way in on the basis of there's definitely a problem with how life currently works in the game. And there are ways to get around it and scale it up and whatnot and sort of cheese your way through it. But the investment is absolutely enormous where you look at the equivalent being ES and it's very lackluster. I've sort of reserved back to say, like, you know, I think it should be percentage of armor should scale life. And that would mean as you scale armor, you scale life at the same time. And that would give you a lot better of a defense stat at the end of the day when it comes.
Agreed. I think the armor nodes should be hybrid armor life nodes. Take notes.
To the life pool. But I would say that there is very likely going to be some pretty significant endgame reworks around the skill tree because it is a bit of a benign skill tree in many ways. It's not as impactful as it should be. And so I think this will be a big part of attention in the patch as well. So one of the other big things I think will be coming into the endgame will be reworks of the existing mechanics. This being Breach, Delirium, and Ritual predominantly. And even as...
Breach, Delirium, and Ritual. I'm assuming that he forgot that he mentioned earlier that he thought Expedition was also getting a rework, and we already got a teaser kind of pointing towards that. I'm actually on the fence about Ritual getting reworked. I don't know if it will / needs it, but it's possible. I think it's possible.
Mary spirits would make a lot of sense to rework a lot of that stuff. The reason being is it's very like filler at the moment and has been from the very start of its entry into the game. You look at things like Abyss. Abyss is incredibly robust and actually is far superior than Path of Exile 1's version of Abyss, to be honest with you, in every possible way. So it makes sense that in the time that they've had that they've been working on cleaning up these mechanics. Now, Breach itself was already cleaned up in Path of Exile 1. And it looks like there's some stuff going on with Delirium, which is from one of the trailers. I'll put that on screen. That actually leads me to another theory that someone came up with in the comments, which could be very interesting. And it's got to do with the fact that the owl references back to like Calandra and whatnot. And it could actually be alluding to a new ascendancy that could be coming into the game. So
maybe. I mean, if anything, the owl... Well, who was it? Because Schwingy was saying that the inside the Delirium mirror was a huntress, which definitely wasn't the case. But I do still think that the owl could potentially mean the wild speaker. maybe. I don't think it is. That's what it's trying to allude to, but there's a chance. Was Abyss like new when that got added? It wasn't new as in like it didn't exist before, but Abyss got massively reworked from Path of Exile 1's version, and it's so much better. The Path of Exile 1 Abyss is very basic. It's like, to me, Path of Exile 1's Abyss compared to now is like, it's as simple as something like Breach is right now, where you just step on the thing and monsters spawn. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but for all intents and purposes, basically like that in Path of Exile 1. It's very simple. There is a part where you can go underground and do some stuff, but right now it's so much more robust. Wow, you mean Sony speakers? Sounds like a lame name for an Ascendancy and Owl. Well, the Wild speaker is what is it called? I don't know if you've seen it. They have leaked like data mined stuff for it, which is where is it? Right here. This class right here. So it's gonna have the owl, the bear, and the stag as its main themes for Wisp for this Amazon Huntress. You also click. They call it Spirit Keeper. Four days to go. Yep, we're close. We're close. Yeah, it's possible.
Could potentially that image that we see in the screen is, it appears to be the Amazon.
No, no way. Ah, no, that's not. No. Sir, don't get misled. Don't get misled, man. There's no way it's an Amazon. Again, let's go. We'll watch this. We'll watch this. Okay, look, right? It definitely doesn't look like it. Looks like a little kid, but again, you can hear afterwards.
Please, save me.
That's not the Huntress voice. That's not the voice of the Huntress. Huntress is some weird ass accent. That's not some weird ass accent.
Save me.
Compare it to Huntress?
Please.
I know a little boy's voice in trouble when I hear one. Wait, huh? Sir, are you not telling us something? You can't just say someone has a weird ass accent. I mean, what else am I supposed to say? It's a very interesting accent that I'm not sure really fits my image of a huntress. How about that? Of an Amazon, of a huntress. FBI, check his computer. Mods, take him out back. The Huntress has an Irish accent. Like, where are I know the Huntress is not quite Amazon, right? Because Amazon is like the ascendancy, but I feel like I can't think. I don't think, and I'm pretty sure we looked this up at one point. Where are the Amazons from? Right? Where are the Amazons from? Female warriors believe are around the southern black coast of the Black Sea, modern day Turkey. So that is not an accent that I would, associate with that region. That's for sure. What Paragon am I? I don't know. It was like 123, I think. They're Asmeri. It's a UK accent. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't fit in my mind for a Huntress. That's why I think it's a weird accent. I think it's a weird accent to choose for a Huntress because in my mind, and based off of what I think about the Amazon Huntress, whatever, right? It should not, that's not what I imagined it to be.
we could be looking at a potential Beastmaster class. And the reason why this makes sense is because they do have companions in the game. And obviously with Druid, not all the ascendancies are there yet either. And so it would make a lot of sense that either between the Amazon or the Druid, there would be some sort of summoner class in each, which is generally pretty conventional in most ARPGs. And so potentially the Amazon may see a Beastmaster
Good
class. And
soundbite.
if we do get that, that'd be really cool. It would actually sort of make sense based on what we can see there that, you know, there's like the Amazon is changing and it's getting new powers, and potentially Calandra with the owl could be giving it, you know, powers while it's in the chrysalis, and the class is changing into something more. It could be just a hint. It could be part of the storyline. It could be something totally different. But if that is like of any level of fact true, that'd be really good to see, and it'd be really cool to see some of these. Like it could be, this patch could be, and I'm being very hopeful here. I'm spreading a bit of copium, but I think we're going to get a fair bit in this patch that is going to knock our socks off, and that would actually be really cool to see, and move it away from just being like necromantic like minions into more like taking advantage of those companion builds and things like that, and coming up with a way to actually use beasts. And there are elements of it like the Ridgewalds items and things like that in Path of Exile 1 with wolf summoning, and wolves are already in the game as well as part of the Druid. It'd be really good to see there to be like multiple classes that have different takes on the synergies that come from like elemental spirits and obviously beasts and companions and things like that. Finally, I think we may be seeing a significant change to the Atlas. Now, just for the fact that like we're starting to talk about a citadel being built around, you know, where the Arbiter of Ash is situated, and adding a bit more robust mechanical sort of endgame play there. I feel like the full Atlas rework is on its way in this patch potentially. We saw the Path of Exile 1.
Dude's out here playing Sunder in the campaign. Oh gosh. Man is out here struggling.
Atlas get reworked in such
Do
a
you
way
see how
that
long it takes them to
you know,
wind
where
that
the
shit
Arbiter
up?
of
Oh
Ash is
my
situated,
goodness.
and adding a bit more robust mechanical sort of endgame play there. I feel like the full Atlas rework is on its way in this patch potentially. We saw the Path of Exile 1 Atlas get reworked in such a way that it actually made it meaningful. Now, as to how it's going to be reworked, I have absolutely no idea. I assume it will replicate items from the Path of Exile 1 Atlas system, and generally they've got a history of testing things in Path of Exile 1. Pardon me. And so they could have been doing exactly that. Now, it'll be something to do with changing the way that the topology and whatnot works, or is it topology? Yeah, works in topography. Works in the Atlas maps, the Infinite Atlas in Path of Exile 2. What I would really like to see is significance of biomes. Now, there is actually a node on the actual like Atlas passive tree that speaks to it, which nobody uses because biomes don't really mean anything in the game outside of when you have like different bosses spawn from time to time. However, it would be good to see biomes be indicative of different drops and things like that.
There's actually, it's like interesting. I don't know how it like this happens, but I mean, I guess I kind of know how it happens. It's like one person starts talking about it and then everybody starts talking about it because they think it's a good idea. But like, I think there has been a lot of conversation this league around like the biomes when it comes to the Atlas itself, which I think is an interesting idea, right? I, you know, way back in the day, I suggested potentially like a terraforming orb, and then later on, I thought like a terraforming tablet would be even better of an idea that we can use to implement with towers to kind of change the biomes. So it is interesting that like from as we're getting more people talking about Path of Exile 2 and what they could potentially change with the Infinite Atlas, this biome piece keeps popping up over and over again. And I'm interested to see whether or not that actually gets reflected, because there are a lot of people talking about the idea about like making the biomes more involved, doing something more about biomes, because it is something that is unique to the Infinite Atlas that we have that we don't have in Path of Exile 1. So I'm hopeful that that is something they're going to play into.
That and to empower this up a bit to make it more meaningful, because then traveling around the map will actually have significance as to which directions you go and how you path and whatnot. This is very similar to how Delve currently works, and it just needs to fall in suit with that. Now, as far as the endgame mapping rework, I don't think the mapping system itself is going to change, like how, you know, the look of the maps, they sort of changed that last patch, but hopefully how towers interact with the map and just the overall feel of mapping changes significantly in many ways.
I don't think they'll touch
quite
that.
know
We'll see
how you would clean up that from how it is right now, and there's obviously 1,000 different ways you can do that. I just feel like there needs to be something done to make it a bit more meaningful. Now, the difficulty level of like the map bosses and things like that, I think should stay pretty much as they are. I don't want to see the game slow down anymore. Pretty much. Now, the difficulty level of like the map bosses and things like that, I think should stay pretty much.
I mean, map bosses, I guess I don't really mind too much, but I still do think that the pinnacle bosses need some work. We should not be one-shotting or killing the pinnacle boss in like 3 to 5 seconds on like half the builds out there. Like at the very high end, right? It's totally fine if we just completely make a fool out of pinnacle bosses and just destroy them. But at the moment, pinnacle bosses, once you get a character up to like, you know, I wouldn't even say uber min-maxed gear. Just like gear that is not tier 15 gear, right? Because tier 15, you're still going to be struggling. But I think like as soon as you're able to like comfortably clear like your ascendancy trial, like Zarok or whatever, like for the most part, the pinnacle bosses do start kind of melting. Yeah, it's like as soon as you have good gear, not even like min-max, just like good gear, the pinnacle bosses do start to become a little bit of a joke. By the time I got to fragments, this league in SF, I two-shot at Arbiter. Yeah, I think that because right now we do have a scaling system, right? You have like the tier 0, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 of the bosses. And I'm fine with tier 1 and tier 2 being like pretty easy. But tier 3 should be a little bit challenging. And there is the argument about like how tier 3 locks you. Like you need to be able to let most people clear tier 3 because it is the kind of, it gatekeeps Atlas points, right? So I get that, but at the same time, they removed tier 4, so tier 3 is the highest challenge. And if you want to make tier 3 still be accessible to most players and most builds, I do think that we might need to bring back a tier 4 and make that like the Uber version of those bosses or something like that. Maybe it's like an Uber pinnacle. Then at that point, you're going to start like actually engaging with it. Because right now, you just Path of Exile 2 is supposed to be the bossing game. It's supposed to be the game that is like, wow, you have all these cool boss fights, but it's not. PoE 1 is the one. PoE 1 has way better, way more engaging, way more meaningful bosses. How do you make it more challenging? The HP makes it tedious. If anything, they do one-shots, then people will complain about that too. Well, I think the only boss that really has like a one-shot is Arbiter. It's not really a one-shot, but like it's so much damage to where most builds it one-shots. The other bosses themselves don't really have it as much. Each of the boss right now, there's no way to scale him besides HP and res, which is never enough. For me, again, even if they just make it like how Path of Exile 1 bosses are, in terms of how tanky / like how long it takes to kill those Uber bosses, I would be happier. And that is like, again, more HP, more resistances, more defenses. But I just don't like how right now in Path of Exile 2, when I have a at least just even somewhat competent build, the bosses become trivial. I do think it's fine that when the bosses themselves lock out Atlas points, those can be relatively easy to kill. But I do think that at some point we do need to have something a little bit more challenging to at least live up to what Path of Exile 2 was promised to be about, like the being the game that does provide like a huge unique amount of bosses and great bossing experiences. In the campaign, I mean, I don't really have too much friction with bosses, but that's because I've played the campaign a million times and know what to do. But I definitely see like newer players and more casual players do still having trouble with the bosses there. So the campaign I think is fine in terms of boss balancing, but the end game and the pinnacle, the highest level of bosses, I still do find a desire to see a higher ceiling for those to make sure that we're not just absolutely dummying them on every single build. Should not be able to just skip all boss mechs by one-shotting it. I don't have a problem with that per se, but it just shouldn't be like something that every build can do. It needs to be at the peak of like builds, like, you know, very, very decked out with gear. Like if you're putting mirrors into your gear, yeah, sure, go and absolutely make the bosses like trivial. But if you're not at that point, I don't think the bosses should be trivial. New league yet? Nope. I think like final tier pinnacle boss should have like a 90% res, and the res shouldn't be able to be inverted. I don't necessarily like that either, because I don't like how that would make some stuff just completely like unusable. I think that any gear that you get should be usable and useful in some way. Maybe it's a reduction in the ability that your Rockiatas can flip, but yeah. Impossible to keep the challenge for a fully decked out character. That would just make it that would also make it clearable, not for fully decked out characters from scaling done. That's why I'm saying that it should be something that's not like I don't think all Uber bosses should be clearable by everybody. Like the highest tier of Uber bosses should not be clearable by everybody. There will definitely be people who aren't going to be able to clear it. I think that's fine. Even if that means I can't clear it, I don't mind it. I think that tier 1 to 3 right now, it gives Atlas points, and those should be clearable by everybody. But tier 4, if we have another tier, right? If we add back another tier or add like an Uber tier, I think those should be like, hey, you really need to have either a build that is catered to killing Uber bosses, kind of like in Path of Exile 1, or B, you just got to have crazy gear to like actually like do it really, really smoothly. Of course, like I'm not saying that they shouldn't be cleared. Like for example, in Path of Exile 1, Righteous Fire can clear up everything, but it just takes a while, right? It's gonna be a lot of work. So if you're good enough, or like if you have tanky enough, whatever, you'll be able to clear it eventually. But I don't think that the bosses should be in a place, at least on the highest tier, to be able to be cleared by everybody and every build like easily. It should be challenging for some builds. It should be hard for some builds. It should take multiple tries for some builds. But if you have like crazy gear, then sure, you can trivialize it. Helly's latest dude is 100% a Hive Fortress. T4 should be need build and boss mechanic knowledge to clear. Yeah, exactly. Like we don't have a tier 4 right now. Maybe they plan to add that in again later. So maybe that's already part of their roadmap / plans. But just at the moment, it really is that pinnacle bosses don't feel that challenging. And I mean, I guess they're not even for the most part that rewarding either. So maybe that makes sense that they're not that challenging. But come on, they're pinnacle bosses. They should be rewarding and they should be challenging to do. Like I was watching DM fight was it Uber Mephisto today, and that was fun. That seemed like a fun fight. Like funny enough, that was more meaningful than a lot of the combat that I've seen in Yeah, in Path of Exile. Clearing the high civility boss should require good build, good mechanics. Yeah, exactly. I'm not talking about the lower tiers. I'm not talking about the stuff that would like unlock Atlas points, but for like the highest tiers, I think it should be difficult.
Much as they are, I don't want to see the game slow down anymore. I think that would be a bad play. If anything, the campaign probably needs to be sped up a touch as well. In particular, Germana in Act 2. I'll just throw that in there. I don't like that boss fight. I think it's crazy. And basically, yeah, just as an overall, making it a bit more of a clean leveling run to endgame. But also then in the endgame, there just needs to be a fair bit of work on how the endgame mapping system works. I think there'll be resource currencies and or resource generators and things like that added. If things like Delve do come in, that would make a lot of sense. And just as an overall, the overall approach, probably just the overall look and feel of it needs to change a bit too. It probably needs to be a bit tighter and have a bit more flexibility as to the type of maps that you can run, and or like a degree of how you pick and choose the different maps. And then obviously, as I said, I think biomes are a big ticket thing that need to be looked at as part of that endgame system. And obviously, no one likes the the tower system, so seeing that change would be great. Obviously, with the Ancients coming in, we would expect a whole heap of new bosses and all new content and stuff like that to be reworked into the game. So I think that'll be a big ticket sort of item as well. Anyway, those are just some like initial speculations I have. This isn't like an exhaustively detailed list at the end of the day. There's just so many things that could be coming to Path of Exile 2 at this point. It's really hard to predict. There's a lot of speculation. Everyone has different theories. I don't think anything is wrong to speculate until you actually like get to the point where, you know, they announce it on Friday. And obviously we'll be doing a live stream on that morning and watching with everyone. So I think that'll be a lot of fun. Look, I'm really hopeful as to where this patch will go. They've had 6 months to cook. They've also added more people to the team. The guys that worked on the last patch for 3.28 and PoE 1, if they've got any involvement in PoE 2, that should be really good. And the other big thing is like the devs are now like more in 2 separate teams where they have some crossover from members of teams and whatnot, but the leadership seems to be dissected and being dedicated in one game and the other game, so it's not crossing over as much like it was previously, and that can only mean good things, hopefully, because it means that attentions aren't split between 2 games. The 6-month patch rotation, I'm not too fussed about it. It doesn't bother me too much. It's actually not a bad thing because I got to play through D4 and all that sort of stuff. So D4! Hopefully we see some really good stuff come out of this. But anyway, if you want to see more videos like this as we go through the week, as more teasers come out, then don't forget to like and sub to the channel. And I will see you guys in the next video.
There it is, Mr. Jorgen's video. Here we go. Give it a like, give it a sub. Yeah, I mean, I didn't agree with everything that Jorgen said. There was a good bit of stuff that I didn't agree with, especially with like when it came to the freaking teaser stuff. Oh my god, I got worked up about that teaser stuff. But yeah, it's like the bossing conversation, I think, is very interesting. And Drek, you said that you'd be okay if classes were balanced. Doing it now would be a terrible game design idea. Yes, I agree, but I also think that when Path of Exile comes out in 1.0, I want it to be a representation of how the devs, like, basically when the game comes out in 1.0, I want it to be like, hey, anybody who's playing the game goes into it and it's like, this is what Path of Exile is. This is what Path of Exile 2 is. And that it should be basically like aligned with the vision, aligned with what they want, right? And again, Path of Exile 2 is supposed
Look at that.
to be
You see my face now?
That is it's supposed to be the bossing game. And if the state of the boss is that they just kind of fold, I don't know if that really aligns with it, in my opinion. I just think like 1.0, it should come out as close to what they see as the perfect balance of the game. It doesn't have to be perfect, right? But at least as close as they can to where they envision the game should be going forward. it might not go forward that way, but at least it should align to what at the moment they think the game should look like. Enough PoE 2 time long in a real ARPG. Let's say you go to 1.0. If you want to do Uber content, you have to play Cocknear on console. You don't like that, or you don't like Archetype. No, I mean you don't have to. What I'm saying is so here's what it is, right? If you want to do Uber content, you're gonna have to either go a very meta build, or you're gonna have to pay good money for it. I don't think that is an issue. Like, why does Uber content have to be clearable by everybody? Why does Uber content need to be clearable by everybody and every build? I don't think that's necessary. That is the case. It shouldn't be. The Uber content should be balanced for top tier players and gear. But, and I don't think it's true that you can only clear like the Uber, like if you had a league where the only way to clear the Uber content was to play cock, I think that's a massive failure on balance, which is another issue. I don't think it's hard. Like, I think that it would be a huge mistake if only one build could clear it. If there are other builds that there should be builds that clear it easier than others, right? There might be one or two builds that are easier to clear than others, but it should be a lot of, like, a decent amount of builds should be able to do it as long as you invest enough money into it. Can you do a 6-man temple with a different build that's only Uber content right now? I mean, 6-man temple is not like a thing that you need to do, though. That's just like, in my opinion, like, I'm never gonna play a 6-man temple, and I don't think most people would ever play a 6-man temple. I'm talking about Uber bosses, like pinnacle bosses designed to be played like that by solo and group play. I'm just talking about like content that is supposed to be like, whatever you're playing, solo, you're playing group, right? It should, like, that's the type of content that it should be. Like, you're talking about very specific, like a 6-man temple, soloing a 6-man temple or something like that. That I don't think is something that needs to be balanced around. Like, most people aren't soloing a 6-man temple. And I also still do think that right now the temple, in terms of like where it is, I don't know. That's a conversation for a different conversation, but I think it's the temple balancing is going to change next league for sure. Six-man temple isn't meant to be done by 6 men, not one carrying 5 others. Exactly, right? That's what it's meant to be. I wish you would talk about. I wish you could use metrics when talk about clearing content. Like, should a player with 100 hours on a character clear Uber content? I mean, I could be playing 100 hours real shittily, and then I can't clear it. But I could literally be playing 20 hours really efficiently and clear it. So I don't know if those, you can really use things like that. Like, my metric again, right, is that you should be able to clear content on a, like, so there's a couple things, right? Every single character should be able to clear all content in the game, but it's different characters will have different levels of funding. Like, certain characters will need a mirror to clear Uber content well, but other characters might only need like 200, 300 divs. but it shouldn't be that every single character can just make like the majority of characters, let's say 50% and over in terms of like number of builds, right? Should not be able to just like make bosses just completely die in 2 to 3 seconds. And the thing is, when it comes to Uber bosses, right? I don't even think that making Uber bosses, like if we even go to the extreme and say like, no, not every character should be able to clear an Uber boss, even when you would put like mirrors into it. I don't think that's a problem for me either, because at the moment in the game, you get the same exact rewards for clearing an Uber boss as clearing tier 1. It's just that your chances of getting the rarer rewards are a little bit higher when you clear the highest tier versus the lowest tier, right? So in reality, if you're the person who doesn't have the time or like whatever, doesn't know how to play the game enough to be able to get to the Uber clear, you're still getting the same rewards as a person who does, and the person that is clearing that content. So for me, especially with that in mind, I don't think it matters whether or not the Uber version of a boss is clearable or not by everybody, because you're getting the exact same rewards. Sure, the person who has the gear and the build to fight that boss might be able to clear it a little more efficiently, but that's how it is. Again, I still do think that the pinnacle bosses, the Uber versions, should be clearable by everybody, depending on gear. But I'm just saying, like, in an extreme, I don't even see that big of a problem with it. There is a problem with it, obviously, but I don't think it's like that big because of how the game is kind of balanced right now around drops. Abuse funky interaction with low investment, like poor man's Lincoln 0.1. Is it a new jewel leak? Yeah, this was definitely, I think I saw this from like a leak. We don't know what it really does right now, I think. I don't think we really know what it does. But Dance with Death is a thing that's we already have. Dance with Death is what is it called? That's oh, you talking about this one? Can't use helmets. Your critical chance is lucky. Your damage with crit hit is lucky. Enemies with critical hits against you is lucky. It might be a new keystone that got data mined, yeah. But I don't think it's called Dance with Death, considering the fact that we have 2 keystones called Dance with Death at this point. It might be changed later. Have you considered a career in OnlyFans? I could be your manager. Smells like Duelist. I don't know what this is. Brutal Restraint Skin, Kirax Vol. Don't really know what that is. To put 1 keystone, this one. I'm simplifying the opinion that currently damage on classes and is really badly distributed. If you make content that requires high DPS forces players to play the same meta in a few variations, there's meaningless. Oh, which is the reason I cited Temple. I mean, hopefully GGG would make it so that it's not only cock builds that can clear certain content. I would hope that the balance is not that bad. Because right now, the ceiling of Temple is way higher than what I think is intended to be in the game. Like, if you're going as for 6-man, fully juiced Temple, that is not normal gameplay. That is not normal gameplay. Like, that's not a normal ceiling that players are expected to clear. But a fully juiced Temple, however, can be cleared by a lot of builds that are pushed, to a good amount. And that's fine. Even as old Temple stuff to do, yes, but I think that is one, it was one a little bit too, maybe it's a little bit too high right now, right? It might be a little bit too hard. But two, I also don't think that that's too much of a problem. Again, if you want to clear that, you're gonna have to have a good amount of gear, because a fully juiced temple is giving you so much rewards, right? So it would be weird to have a situation where you don't have a character that's very geared out, but yet you can still farm the highest content. You want hardcore content? Let's say Ubers now have 100 mil HP. What build can easily do that? I mean, you could do it on a lot of builds. Just, you're not going to kill it in 10 seconds. It might take you a minute to kill. I don't see a problem with that. That's the whole thing. The fight should be meaningful. The bosses should be meaningful. If you have a level of gear that is insanely high, then sure, maybe those builds can take out the content in like 5 seconds. But what I'm saying is only a limited amount should be able to do that. All the other builds should have friction when fighting those bosses. You're saying what build can easily do that? Not many builds can easily do that. But the point is that you should not be able to easily do that on most builds. At most levels of gearing, at most levels of builds, it should take you some effort to do them. I don't know why you need to be able to easily do bosses with most builds. Like, I don't know why you easily be able to do all Uber bosses with most builds. It's fine to do easily clear tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, I guess, if we add a tier 4 in there. But if we're talking about Uber pinnacle bosses, the highest tier, it shouldn't be that all builds are able to do it easily. It shouldn't be that you should just be able to easily do it with low amount of investment. You're still able to clear it if you're good enough, if you learn how to do the fights, if you actually try to focus on the game. Like, at this point right now, we are at a place where players don't do bosses unless they can clear it with 5 seconds. And I think that that is a bad mindset to be in. If you go into Path of Exile 1, most bosses are not done in like 5 seconds. Unless you have like crazy amounts of gear. Heck, even in Diablo 4, I would say that that is the case. And that is good design. You should not be able to make a fool out of bosses unless you have a really, really good build or really, really good gear. Big agree. I'm okay with bosses take 2 minutes, but it has to be the baseline for the same power level on all classes. I mean, you're never gonna have perfect balance. I'm gonna be honest, right? We're never gonna have perfect balance. It's just never gonna be the case. But if the balance is in a right spot, all classes will be able to clear it, with some doing it faster and some doing it slower. And some needing more gear and some needing less. And I would say that that is definitely achievable. Like, if it's not the case, that's just really bad balance. And I don't even think we're at that level of balance right now. Like, even in 0.1, I don't think that that was the level of balance. Like, in 0.1, you could do most builds, could do most fights, but some just took longer than the others. Some needed to go through more phases. Some builds needed to go through more mechanics, and I think that's totally fine. What I don't think should be the case is where it is right now, where most builds are just able to make the bosses die in 3 to 5 seconds with like even just like good gear, not even like min-max. not in the current state, there needs to be balance before adding. I mean, again, I don't know what you mean by it's not doable in the current state. I feel like most builds, like what pinnacle, like again, are you talking about 5? If you're talking about one person carrying 6-man temple, that's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about like one person doing a one person temple, not a 6-man temple. If you're saying like the problem is that there are only the tippy top builds can do 6-man temples by themselves, that should be the case. Don't you only have one portal though, so you can't one-shot the boss as GG if that's the problem? I mean, that's a different problem, right? I think that's a different issue that maybe needs to be addressed. That it should be that you have some more chances and tries if it's an Uber boss, if it does get to that level of difficulty. All right? If it does get to that level of difficulty, I do think that it should give you a little bit more than just one try. That's a different conversation. My mindset is I can't lose a boss in one go, I don't bother. Yeah, and I think that's a problem. And I think that part of it does start with maybe changing how the portal system works. T4 with 100 million HP. I mean, the HP itself could be different scaling depending on how much damage the builds do, right? It doesn't have to be 100 million. It could be like, what? Back to what it was before, 30 something, whatever. Just at a level where most builds, like a lot of builds, are still taking time to kill them. And I have no problem with bosses taking time to kill. There are always going to be builds that are going to make certain bosses easier versus harder. That's just the case. That's always going to be the case. Like there are always going to be builds that are good doing content easier. That's just always going to be the situation. You're never going to have a situation where certain builds aren't way more powerful than others for certain type of content. The only reason why Comet Blood Mage is so meta right now is because the current meta is Temple, right? If the meta wasn't Temple anymore, Comet would still be strong, but I don't think it would be like if you're talking about mapping, right? I don't even think Comet is the meta if you wanted to go mapping, because Comet is probably too slow for mapping. It does a lot of damage, but when you're doing mapping, then the build is a lot slower than even some like maybe it's like some Temporalis Blink Spark without with maybe it's like a Arc or something like that, or maybe it could even be Poison Burst Arrow. Like, I mean, it might still be, I don't know, but it definitely wouldn't be Comet, that's for sure. It might still be Cock, and that's a problem with Cock. But that's the thing, right? There are different types of builds for different types of content. Right now, the reason why Comet is so predominant in the meta is because Temple is just by far the best thing to farm out of everything, right? But if you had a state of the game where other things were more competitive for farming, it wouldn't just be that Comet was like the best build and considered the best thing in the game. I do agree that we need skill change in some of the world. Oh yeah, for sure. But I just don't see a problem. What I don't see a problem with is adding harder content right now. Even if, let's just say, this balance was that bad to where like it just doesn't make sense to play anything other than Comet for that content. Like I think at that point it's just like we just need to do a little bit more balance patches to just make that like you shouldn't let the problem limit what you can do, right? Like right now, I think a lot of people are okay with like the idea of like doing harder content. But you're saying that the problem is that the balance is not there yet to do that. Well, I don't think you should use the problem shouldn't limit what you add to the game. Add that to the game and then fix the problem, right? You shouldn't make it so that because we have this problem, we can't add this to the game. It's we'll add this to the game and then we'll fix the problem. I believe the baseline is the worst defense stack needs to be able to do tier 4 content with reasonable gear. Yet we're one portal, it makes the same conversation. Why do we content out of content again? Buff loot? I mean, again, I just think that so Path of Exile 2 was advertised as the bossing game. But it's not the bossing game right now. Path of Exile 1, which was supposed to be the game that doesn't have meaningful combat, has more meaningful combat than Path of Exile 2. It just doesn't make sense. It's not about needing to have harder content. It's about just meeting what they have advertised, said the game should be. If you want meaningful combat, why do bosses one shot with half the attacks? That's not true. That is definitely not true. It's only the case if you're playing a Glass Canyon build that's the case. Like, the only boss attack that, like, one-shots most builds is the Arbiter Corridor. I don't think, other than that, I can't think of many other skills that one-shot most builds. Put one you blast, supposed to be blast is the same picture as different obviously. No. We're talking about bossing. If we're talking about like bossing, like Uber Exarch or PoE, something like that, right? These are way more meaningful. Let's see. This is just a random build I picked out. This might be an OP build, but it might not be. I don't even know. Let's see how long it takes them to do this fight, right? Oh, well, this is a 16-second fight. Seems like definitely he's gonna be killing it really fast. Let's see here. I'm trying to pick one that's like not too far away from like where we are today. CI flicker. Let's see. Check the Gauntlet Uber Exile. Well, that's on an extreme level, I think. That would be on the extreme level of difficulty. I don't know how strong this build is, but it's at least doing it in a decent speed. But you're still having to like actually interact with the boss, right? He's actually doing like mechanics, he's doing, you know, actual boss interaction and not just like one-shotting it. He looks very tanky though. Yeah, this character seems very tanky. But this character is definitely, I mean, it's not, I don't even know if it's that tanky. 9k ES. Maybe 2 years ago it was pretty tanky. It's hard to say. Of course, this was Ben's world first Uber Exarch. Of course, this is probably going to be like pretty dang slow. Comparatively. He's going to be pretty tanky. He's going to be pretty slow. But again, again, you gotta interact with mechanics. You gotta do things like he's gonna dodge these balls and things like that, right? And he's not just like instantly one-shotting the boss. So little builds in PoE 2 always feel unintended, like player mechanics and devs overlooked and get put on the nerf list immediately. I think that's what I appreciate about PoE 1 is there's a lot of layers of defense. I don't know if it's like that in PoE 2 as much in PoE 1. Definitely not at the moment. Right now, for the most part, it's just like ES is like throw in as much energy shield as possible. ES EV, get as much energy shield evasion as possible. But I don't know. For when it comes to like PoE 1 defense layering, I do think it's maybe a little bit too much layering and like too many pieces to it. This is Current Sitting? No, this is Sleepywood. Sleepywood. I already used 4 layers of bow 2. It seems like it'll be the same later on. I think for the what is it, armor builds, there's a lot of layers for sure right now. But when you're talking about like ES and stuff, ES, EV, it's not that many. So my question, does anyone have network problems with PoE 2? It's unplayable, everything on my end is fine. I mean, PoE 2 has a problem where if your network is too unstable, it'll be pretty hard to play. If it just like goes up and down, up and down, up and down. But maybe it's just servers. ES, EV, Ghost Dance, Wind Dance is what they use, yeah. What I don't understand is weaker builds already need to do boss mechanics, interact with the boss. Do you mean that all top builds get nerfed so it's impossible or something else? No, what I mean is like right now I think it's a little bit too easy to get to the point where bosses become very trivial. I think like it should be the case where there are definitely ways for you to make the bosses trivial. Like certain builds will be easier to do it, or like if you have a lot of currency to throw into your character, it should be able to be fine to be trivializing it. But I think that on the average build, right? On like a build that is just like well geared, you should still have to like interact with the bosses and the mechanics, which right now that's not really the case. And we have like a kind of a mindset, like I forget who was saying it earlier, that where if they don't like one shot a boss, they don't even do the boss at all. I think that's a bad mindset like I think that the game is balanced. The reason why that's the case is that it's not balanced very well. One, it could be on the top end where it's like it's easy enough to get your character to a point where you don't have like where you can do that. So where it's like, oh, I'll just wait for a couple more levels or a couple more pieces of gear. That way when I go into the boss, I'll just one-shot it, right? It shouldn't be that case. It should be like, hey, if it's my first time doing the boss on this character or whatever, or it's like I don't have crazy amount of gear, I should be expecting to go into the boss and like have to deal with it a little bit. Like, yeah. You can't build defense, so the only option is damage. You can. You can. There are if you, but it is hard. It is hard to get to that point to where you're just like tanking stuff. But in most situations, even in like in most games, damage is king. I think it's sad. I don't know if it's sad that that's the case, but like that is the situation with most ARPGs because the more damage you do, the less mechanics you have to deal with. The more damage you do, the faster you farm. It should be an option where you can build defenses if you want to, but when it comes down to when the rubber hits the road, right? When the rubber meets the road, pretty much any situation, your preference is probably to have more damage over defense because you're just gonna be able to kill it faster and farm more efficiently. You're also Kid Ocean. it's unreasonable to try to build defense where building one shot. Yeah. And I think one of the things is right now, and this is a problem that also needs to get fixed, right? Is that like you have a point where if you want to build tanky, right? If you want to build tanky, you're going to need to get this amount of funding to be able to kill the boss at a decent rate while being tanky. Whereas, like, if you build glass cannon, you probably only need this amount of funding to be able to kill that boss easily, right? And I think that this disparity is a problem. Where it's like, it should be more like, hey, the amount of funding that we need to be able to kill this boss efficiently is about the same, though this one will probably take a significant, like a decent amount of extra time to do it because it is a, you know, you build more tanky, you're doing less damage, which means you're killing slower, right? But it shouldn't be a case where the disparity is so big that like it never makes sense to build tanky because like, why would you? I like how on PoE1, on Ubers, you get more than one try per buy-in, so even if you fail, you can at least learn some mechanics. Well, you kind of have that in Path of Exile 2 right now with like the lower tiers, because the lower tiered bosses, as far as I know, don't do anything different with their attack patterns. So if you really wanted to learn the attack patterns, you just challenge the tier 1 version. But I do still think that if we ever did want to get it to a point where we do have more meaningful combat, right? Where we do have more a balance where most builds aren't just one-shotting a boss, I do think the portal situation does need to be addressed because it probably will feel really bad if you just die to something like, you know, bullshit and it takes you out and you only have one portal. Because the longer these fights go on for, right, the higher likelihood you will run into some like bullshit situation where it's like, what could I have done about that? Like, I just got hit by like some absolute dog shit. Yo, Mr. B! Welcome back for 6 months. How are you doing, man? It's been a hot minute.
BRUH
In hardcore, it's always one portal. GGG fix. How's the booty hole today? It's a lot better today. Thank you. Hardcore, you go for 20k ES with a build that can clear with no damage. Yeah, that's all I'm asking for. Again, I don't think it needs to be a situation. We don't need to be in a situation where we have like real, like, I don't even think right now is a situation where it's too much of a problem to introduce bosses with higher HP scaling or like higher scaling in general. Yeah, sure, Comet builds are going to be doing very, very well against them and probably will be what most people will be farming Uber bosses with. But at the same time, as long as Uber bosses aren't like Temple, right? And I think that's another big thing. Right now, like, if Uber bosses were so profitable that everybody was farming Uber bosses only, and then Comet was the predominant build for that, yeah, that's a problem. But that's more on the balance problem of like the drops rather than a problem with like the skills themselves. Like, if we got Uber bosses to be like, you know, a ton of HP right now, I don't think people would really care that much because people still wouldn't really be farming it. And that's the thing, right? That's where I think that we're probably going to be heading and should be heading. There's going to be different builds that are really good at farming certain things. And as long as those different things that you're farming are balanced in a way where not one is not like crazy more overpowered than the others, then it's fine that some builds are going to not be able to farm Uber bosses as efficiently. Because those people are going to be farming Breach. Those people will be farming maybe Abyss, right? It's like, sure, you make Cock Comet, that's going to farm Uber bosses very well, but it's not going to farm Breach as well as some of these other builds. Something like that. In current state, if you've introduced harder content, all you do is funnel people more into the top builds. Well, again, it's about like having a diverse amount of content for people to do. There are some builds that are way better at doing single target than the others, but maybe they're not as good as doing maps as the others, right? And that's fine. There are some builds that are going to be good at doing both, but that's just kind of the nature of these games. You're never going to have perfect balance. Need a balanced single versus AoE. Yeah, I think that's like right now. That's another thing. It's not diverse when the choices become narrower. What do you mean? Imagine a boss version of the green shield mobs. Oh god, please no. Why'd I feel like they're gonna add that shit? In PoE 1, you have mapping builds or bossing builds or out of map league focus builds. Yeah. They need to add Reflect as a map mod? No, they do not. Imagine most people play one character and want that character to cover all content. If a build can't do Ubers, then they just do something else. Well, that's the thing, right? Well, right now, for the most part, that is true. And even in Path of Exile 1, that is true. That is also true. Like, Righteous Fire can farm every piece of content. You probably don't want to farm Uber bosses with it because it's a lot slower, but you can do all content with one character. And that is still the case in the game right now, too, in Path of Exile 2. But I also think that it's bad for a character to be able to farm every piece of content super efficiently. I think that we should have certain characters that are good at certain things and bad at certain things. You shouldn't have a character like when we're talking about like, you know how like characters have like in RPGs, right? You have that like little pentagon shit, right? Where it's like, oh, you know, this is really good at I don't know, mapping. And this is like Uber bossing. And this is like Temple. And this is like, I don't know, Abyss. This is like Breach or something. I don't know. Just examples, right? Or an expedition. Like right now, characters are, for the most part, kind of like this. They're kind of like this. Or maybe that's like too much of an exaggeration. Maybe it's like they're kind of like this. I don't even know how they do these things. It's like it's kind of like that. If that makes sense. It's a really shitty drawing, I know. But you guys do get the point, right? Most of them are like this. Whereas I think in the future, it should be something more like this, where it's like, oh, maybe this character is really good at mapping, right? It's good at mapping, but for Uber boss, it's like really low. It's like, oh, like right there. Temple's probably going to be a little bit low too. Abyss is going to be really good. Breach is going to be good. Exped is going to be, fuck. It's going to be like this, and like that, right? That's how it like should look. Miso, in fact, did not go to our school. I did not. But yeah, it should be something like this, right? But right now, builds should be like this. Every now and then, you might have a build that is able to do everything pretty well. But the thing is, most builds are not like this right now. Most builds can just do everything really. Most all the builds that aren't copy-based meta builds aren't doing as well as your chart is. Well, it depends on how much funding you have in it, right? Some builds get to that point faster than others, and that's the meta builds. But I would argue that it does get to this point where it does everything really well with funding that is too minimal, in my opinion. And maybe it's like some builds are like this, right? They're like this versus other builds that are like the meta builds are like this. But at some point, if you get enough funding, all the builds in the game right now just kind of become like this, where they can just do everything really well. Like, for example, right, in Path of Exile 1, Righteous Fire, again, I always mention Righteous Fire for this. It's a perfect example. No matter how much funding you go into it, it's always going to be something like this, right? It's always going to be like that. Where there's just this gap right here that you're never going to be able to close. But you're still decent at it with enough funding. You can still do it. But it's just never going to be like crazy good. This is if your build can't do a certain thing, we will actively try to fix the weaknesses. The player is basically actively working against specialized builds. So you're saying like the player base doesn't want specialized builds, or you're saying like at some point all builds will be able to do everything? We want to do everything. I mean, I don't know. Like, again, I think that this build can do everything, right? This build is able to do everything. But there are certain things where it's just like, yeah, it's not great at doing this. It can do it, but it's not great at doing it. And I think that's good balance. Your build sucks at boss damage, will work on giving a good boss. But yeah, but that's fine. You're going to need to put in the investment into it to make it do better boss damage. But it's probably never good. Like, for example, like, I don't know. You can even go off of the game right now, right? Where we are. It's like, yeah, my, what is it called? My Poison Burst Pathfinder, right? Is going to be like this, where it's like really good at mapping, fine at Exped, really good at breaches, really good at Abyss, pretty good at Temple, pretty good at Uber bosses, right? I'd say that this is probably like what you'd have for like a Poison Burst arrow build, where you can't do everything if you really wanted to, but it's still going to be very good at these things. But if you're going to go compare it to a Cock Comet build, then it's going to be more like this. Whereas the Cock Comet build is going to be like, have this part like that too. People want to make a character of bossing, one for mapping, they won't do campaign. Well, I mean, it's not about one for mapping, one for bossing. You just choose what you want to do at the beginning of the league. And also, again, you can do those content. Like if you want to kill Uber bosses, you can. It's not like this character can't do it. It's just not as good. I agree with the concept, more interesting with more specialized builds. Like, it should never be a case where there are definitely going to be some builds that can't do everything, right? But the balance should be where most builds are able to do everything, but it's just like if you want to be efficient for certain things, you don't, yeah. Not all builds should clear the hardest content. No. Every build should clear the hardest content if you put enough funding into it. Every build every build should be able to clear the hardest content if you put enough funding into it, and also the speed of it changes, right? Every build at some point will be able to do the hardest content, but some builds are going to be better at certain content than others. What does enough funding SSF exist? I'm gonna be honest. If you're playing SSF, like the game is not balanced for SSF. It just isn't. The game is not balanced around SSF, and the game is not balanced around hardcore. That's just the honest truth. Like if you're saying like, oh, this needs to be balanced for SSF, this needs to be balanced for hardcore, I don't think the game is balanced around it, even right now. I don't think the game has ever been, and I don't think it ever will be. There will be certain things that they will implement with SSF in mind, like, oh, it shouldn't be impossible for SSF to do it, but I don't think the game is balanced for SSF or hardcore, and I don't think it ever will be. So enough funding has to be multi-mirror gears? No. Again, when all characters should be able to do all the content. Again, like there are just certain characters that are going to be able to do it faster than others and easier than others. Like again, we go back. I think there's just like this weird thing that we have in our mind right now, where we can go back to the conversation about like what is it called? About health, right? About a boss health. So we have a boss that has 100 million HP, right? Right now, even if you had a boss that's 100 million HP, I would say probably 70% of builds would be able to clear this. On like decent gear. Not even like great gear. But it would probably take these 70%, like the most of the 70%, maybe like 5 minutes to do. Even where we have the game, like where we have the balance in the game right now. And I think that's fine. I don't think there's a problem with us taking a while to kill these bosses. And I think it should be the case where many builds take a while to kill it. Of course, if you put money into it, right? If you throw money into these builds, this will take it down from 5 minutes to maybe like 2 minutes or something like that. And then some builds might even be 1 minute, right? And I don't see a problem with that. It takes 10 minutes to kill a Breach Frost in PoE 1. Do you think if we're getting a new class, we'd have the trailer by now? Like we did Dawn of the Hunt or the Last of the Druids? I think it's possible that we still get the new class. I actually made a short about this earlier, explaining why I think that that's the case. Let's see here. So if you want to watch that, here it is. Watch my explanation for why I think that it's still possible for us to get the new class. These are giving fake hopes again in chat. I mean, it's still possible, is what I'm saying. I think it's totally still possible. If we don't get a new class after 6 months, people will riot. Probably. Right now, the biggest Uber boss we have is a rare mob in the temple with a regen heli res. And I think that's a problem. That shouldn't be the case. An Uber boss should be a challenge. That's all. That is at the end of the day all I'm saying. And they're not right now. New Kelly 2, what does it mean? People are saying that it might be breach hives. Speak for yourself, it takes me a month. I mean, so how do I say this, right? With being as nice as possible. If you're not playing that much a day, right? then it makes sense that you are taking a while to get to a point of making these bosses trivial, right? That's totally fine. That makes a lot of sense. But I would say that as you learn the game more, as you play the game more, you will get to that point where it doesn't take you that long to kill these bosses. And you're going to be wishing that the bosses had a higher ceiling. Like, Path of Exile is a knowledge-based game. I didn't start off the game being able to do these bosses like trivially. But at some point, as I played the game more, I learned it more. I got to a point where these bosses, like, we get to the ceiling a lot faster. As you play the game more, you realize 70% of the server is just copying the top meta builds and the same streamers. That's the learning. It's crazy at the beginning, I started one class and swap the other end because my class is not strong enough to go very far. We need PoE 2 Ruthless to make the game hard again. I mean, you could do the Ziggy D challenge. Like, I really do think that log haul had, like, the best way of explaining that, and that's what I was saying earlier. Like, log haul, like, I'd never been able to express it as well as log haul did. Like, yeah. Like, if you take the ceiling of the game down, it just means that you have less room, like, you have less learning to do, and you're going to get done with the end board of the game quicker. Because everybody at some point is going to get to that level. Unless they stop playing for that level. But the longer you play the game, the more you play the game, the more you're going to learn about the game. And as you learn more about the game, you're going to get to the ceiling of the game faster and faster. And you're going to, at some point, wish that the ceiling was higher because of that. I don't get the make the game harder, just play SSF, it'll be hard. No. I mean, one, the game itself was not balanced around SSF. But two, it should be a case where you can play the game however you want and it still provides a challenge, right? Do you think GGE postponed because of Diablo 4? I don't think so. It would be a funny story if that was the case, but I don't think so. It would be more a streamer issue if you went for a weaker class, mastering those classes to give you additional challenge to speak of. Well, I don't think it's good design to have to naturally gimp yourself to be able to get a challenge. Does that make sense? Like, again, it's fine if, like, hey, so right now, right? And again, there are definitely going to be people who are out not in this situation. Right now, the threshold for being able to trivialize the content is like right here, right? And I would say that most builds are able to get to this threshold very, very quickly. Let's say like this is like time spent, right? Or like funding. Let's go funding. Most builds are able to get to this point like this. Where they get a certain level of funding, and then they're able to get to that point of being able to clear the content really easy. It's fine, like, but there are some builds that are like this, right? But that is just bad balance. It's this should not be the case. where it's like, yeah, most builds you're going to be able to do it. So it's like, oh, if you want to get a challenge, then why don't you just play the bad builds? Well, that's just because the game has bad balancing. And I should not have to like purposefully get myself to be able to get a challenge. I should be able to play the build that I want and still have a challenge. I'm probably the pink one. Why would I want to play something that's not OP? Because Path of Exile is a game that has a lot of different builds, and a lot of people will just play builds that are fun. Like, my Path of Exile builds, if you look at all of them, none of them are OP. I've never played a Comet build, but I'm still doing great. I've never, in 0.4, I didn't play a lightning arrow build. In 0.3, in 0.3, I never played a lightning arrow build. 0.2, I never played a lightning spear build. You don't have to play the OP builds to do what you want. If you make content harder, I mean, I do play fun builds, some of yours. Well, again, for me, my fun builds, yeah, they're fun, but if you want to do the ceiling content, it's going to cost you more money. And that's the trade-off that you're making. If that makes sense. Like, that's the case in all games. There's always going to be classes that are OP and some classes that are underpowered. You choose any game out there, right? That's always the case. You're never going to have a situation where one class is going to be like all the classes are the same balance. The problem is when there are classes like if there are classes that are never going to be able to do the content, yeah, that's a problem. But as it is in Path of Exile 1, as it is in Path of Exile 2, right? You can do all content with pretty much all builds, but some classes are going to cost more money than others, and some are going to do it better than others. Have there ever been a Rain of Arrows build that hasn't been shit? Well, actually, Prada's, what is it called? His Spiral Volley uses Rain of Arrows for a single target. Rain of Arrows actually does a good amount of damage for a single target. It's definitely not the strongest out there, but you can actually make it do good damage. I wish Prada posted a video of like his Rain of Arrows doing like farming though. Because if you go to like Prada's channel, you go to Spiral Volley build, he doesn't show the bossing. I wanted to see what the bossing looked like on his Spiral Volley Abyssal Lich, but I don't think he ever showed it. Wasn't Rain of Arrows really good at some point? Nerfed it? Oh, yeah. In 0.1, Rain of Arrows was ridiculous. It was a dummy strong. I wonder if I have, like, footage from my 0.1 character doing bossing. Oh, man. We'd have to go all the way back. Maybe we go oldest? Oh, gosh. Here's some of my Lost Ark streams and stuff. Let's see here. Man, I did not stream until Peacock, really? On YouTube? I didn't dual stream. I guess it might have been before Twitch made multi-streaming, okay. Is Abyssal Lich so good for the build that only at very high investment? No, definitely not. Abyssal Lich is for some builds, it will require a lot of investment, yes, but for that build, for the Spiral Volley one, I don't think it requires that much investment. But I could be wrong. I don't play Prada. I didn't play Prada's build. Let me see if I have footage of like the rain of arrows on this character for bossing. I did not include any bossing videos on this one. What about this one? I didn't include it either. Bro, I suck. I suck. How do you feel when you release your first videos? What do you mean? Like forever? Or you talk about Path of Exile? What build are we doing next league? It's hard to say, man. It really depends on what gets buffed, nerfed, whether or not they introduce a new weapon type or not. Do you have a character on the standard league post nerf preview? Oh, you're talking about the lightning arrow character? I don't think so. I actually deleted it, I think. How much funding was on that build? Wait, which build? Are you guys having fun in D4 while waiting? Oh, it's not bad. It's alright. It's a good time. Enough to pass the time, at least. Just ban yourself from playing ES like I do, and you'll feel all the challenge. Well, the thing is, you actually get to... The armor actually does get good, but it requires a lot of funding. Well, the problem is also, like, you can't make all builds on armor. Because you just don't... You have to be in a certain part of the tree, and those parts of the tree can't do certain things. Like, if you want to play a crit build, it's very hard to play it on armor. Because that part of the tree just doesn't have much crit. Or it's like if you want to play like a, you know, like a quarter staff build or something like that, or whatever. Funny thing is, GG nerfs classes and the community find out so quickly to get find a different OP class. We should be able to get a better progression system. Levels on gear don't matter. It seems only stats. Sort of. If you're on the top end, the levels on the gear do matter. You're gonna want to have better bases. Like right now, of course, though, you can clear all content without worrying about that. But if you do want to start min-maxing, you do actually care about the bases. In 0.3, you can use Frostful Whirling Slash to get Chill Ground. They removed it. And 0.4, remove the Frozen Locust. Yep. It sucks. I hate that. What should my ES resistance be before doing Waystones? I mean, honestly, you should just be fine with... If you're able to clear a campaign, you'll be able to do the early maps. Like, if you're able to clear a campaign, tier 1 to, like, 4 maps shouldn't be that much of an issue. I've learned a long time ago that GG says they want and what they do don't match. Stalling ends soon. I mean, sort of, but not really, because yes, we get the live stream on Thursday, but on the 7th, but the season doesn't come out until like almost a month later. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, just a quick update about streaming schedule. Next Saturday, my time, of course. Actually, well, next Friday, sorry, I will not be streaming, which is the day after the live stream, basically. I will be streaming the night of the live stream, the GG live stream. And I'll be doing a podcast that day, the next day. So I will stream that. So there will be the podcast stream, but the normal night stream I won't be doing because I'll be heading to LA for a sponsored event. um on Saturday. And I think I'm gonna try to fly back before the stream on Saturday so I can at least stream that day. But while I'm at the sponsored event, I will do a live stream. I'll do an IRL stream there. Who's sponsoring you? It's I mean, it was gone through my agency, so I don't know if I say. Well, I guess it's coming from them. So it's a Newegg X Asus event. Newegg X Asus event. You're getting flown out, hitting the big leagues. It's something from our agency. It's from our agency. I hope we don't have another Miso Wench experience. What does that even mean? But I wouldn't even say that they're flying me out because like they're not paying for my hotel and my plane. Kind of technically, because they offered me money to go to the event, right? But then I'm like, well, are they covering hotel and flight? And they said no. So I asked them for more money, and they gave me more money. So it's like technically they're paying for my flight and hotel because they are giving me more money, but like they're not like literally paying for it. If that makes sense. It's basically it's basically the same, but it like limits what, like, you know, for example, like, oh well, depending on flight costs and things like that, I can go up and down. So yeah. So what should I work on in endgame? I'm like -12 resistance or everything. Get that up. Yeah, eventually you'll want, you know, your resistance is all at 75. Chaos resistance is a little bit like, you know, you ideally want it at 75, but depending on your build, you don't have to get it at 75. But all your regular fire, lightning, cold should be 75 at some point. And your HP, depending on your build, can be different. Like your energy shield, you're going to probably want at least like 6 to 7k energy shield at least at some point. Life is a more difficult topic. It depends on how much evasion, how much, you know, armor and stuff you have. More money, more versatile, more planning, yeah. But yeah, that's I'll be at this Aces. It's like a weird event. I mean, really, I don't think that if I like, the only reason why I'm going is because I'm with my company and they have like like my agency and they have a partnership with it. Cause like they wouldn't have like normally partnered with me. Cause the event, I'll tell you what it is, the details, right? There's about 200 attendees at the event with like Aces people, Newegg people, content creators, and like guests, right? And then there's going to be an Evil Geniuses meet and greet plus pro versus community gameplay for Valorant, Apex Legends, and Call of Duty. Yeah, that's not me, guys. That's not me. That's not me at all. But I will be doing a live stream from there, you know. I'm the face of Valorant. Apex Legends. Diesel FPS God? No. What is the announcement for party for Concord 7? No. I mean, I think it's just like a thing that they're using for promoting like the what is it called? They're just promoting Newegg and Asus, I guess. But yeah, I have to go. I'm gonna go be live streaming from the event, so expect to see a IRL stream that day. Who cares? Getting paid heavier? Thank you. Maybe you'll see me play some Valorant. You know, that's not happening. God, I hope not. Yeah, I hope not either, for the sake of everybody, including myself. I heard that Valorant is a place to meet your future wife. You look at a Valorant player even though I know you're not. Is that because I'm Asian? That's crazy. Yes. All right. Let's see here. Let's see here. We already get embarrassed from you when you play PoE. Imagine playing Valorant. Okay. Let's see here. So I think in terms of where we are at with the PoE 2 stuff, I don't know. I don't think there's anything else that I really wanted to go into our PoE unless somebody randomly posted a video out of nowhere that I should react to, but I don't think so. I don't think so. I was watching Evo Street Fighter 6 earlier, Evo Japan. That was a lot of fun. I'm gonna be watching that tomorrow when I finish up, or not finish up, when I wake up. But yeah. And I don't think Kelly posted anything new either beyond this, which again, we went through this at the beginning of the stream. I don't fucking know what this is. I have no clue. People are saying that this is potentially a hive fortress or whatever from Breach, from Keepers of the from Keepers League. Your guess is as good as mine, all right, guys? Your guess is as good as mine. Looks like Exile Con, it's the temple. Kelly confirmed schizo. Good morning, my liege Miso. Why are you in the PoE 2 category? Should be having fun playing one of the best areas all the time, D4. I mean, I will be playing D4. I like starting off with Path of Exile 2 if there's news. Law Call Crimson video? Is there a Law Call Crimson video? Is it this one? I don't think this is the one, unless Law Call posted something on his channel. Oh, this one. It's an hour and 10 minutes long. I'm not gonna watch this one. I'm not watching this one. PoE 2 can learn from Diablo 4.
So Lucky Hit is the core of the broken speedrunning meta in Diablo 4.
Yeah, I'm not watching this. We're not watching a Diablo 4 video. If we're gonna watch a Diablo 4 video, I'm gonna go play Diablo 4 right now. All right, well, let's go play some Diablo 4 then. For anybody who was here for Path of Exile, I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. We're going to go play some Diablo 4 right now for the last little bit of the stream. Feel free to stay and hang out if you want. We can still talk about whatever, but the game itself will be Diablo 4. I don't want Lucky Hit to be PoE 2, no thanks. D4 bad! I say, looking at your videos, you don't touch D4. I don't. Yeah, I haven't made any D4 videos. No. I personally, the only real reason why I'm playing D4 this league is because we have a delay. Like I probably would have checked it out regardless, because it seemed at least somewhat interesting what they proposed for this league. But in reality, would I have played D4 for this long if PoE 2 had a season coming out soon? Probably not. The explanation of Lucky Hit in the video really made it sound more complicated than it is. Yeah, GG delayed. How dare? There's already Lucky Hit in PoE 2. It just means something different. D4 is not bad. D4 is scummy. I do agree. D4 is definitely pretty scummy. Let's go do
It is done.
this. What would you be more casual like D4 campaigns give smart drops? Well, smart drops would actually like it would change the core of the game. So the reason why the economy can't exist in the way it is right now in Path of Exile is because there are no smart drops. If there were smart drops, the game would be a lot more focused around solo self-found. Which is what Diablo is focused around. How the bar running fire whirlwind is pretty good. Nice. Make sure you don't didn't blow your flight next week with Spirit. They shut down. Yeah, I saw that. I usually don't fly Spirit though. Anyways, I actually have never flown Spirit, so yeah, I'm a little too bougie for that. I'm a little too bougie for Spirit. Perhaps like Roof Trade 2, the SSF will be better. I would not play Path of Exile 2 if it was SSF only. Miso has a private jet. No. What I'm saying is, if I got to a point where I could not, where I was forced to fly a, like something like Spirit because of like money, I probably would stop content creation. It means that I'm never gonna like. It means that I've failed and I need to go back to corporate. Nothing against people who fly Spirit, but it's just not my choice. I would not do it. Shots fired people who fly Spirit. No, I mean, if you fly Spirit, sure, you know, you care about money more than I do. I think that's what it is, right? Either like it's like you care about money more than I do. I think like for the most part, as long as I'm able to live like comfortably, whatever, I don't need like an excess of money. 50 people left when I said that. Oh, interesting. So it's like if I can afford it, I'm willing to pay a little bit extra for something like, you know, just like not Spirit. But it also comes from a place of like, I'm just, I guess like, I don't know, how do I say this? It's like my previous job, right, paid me very well. And if I were to go back to corporate, I'd probably get paid at least a decent portion of what I used to get paid. Sloan was homeless. I had to sell his dog before he made it. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I had to go and like be in that situation, I wouldn't do content creation anymore because it means I failed for what I want to do. It's nothing about having like against anybody who has a fly Spirit or whatever. It's just more a commentary on myself and what my expectations are on my own life. What charm set am I running right now? I'm currently running the one that makes me big. The one that makes me big. I don't have all the set pieces yet. Cetron's Fury. It's okay to hate the poor. All right, buddy. Whatever you say. I can trade. You know, it's fine. I mean, I play Diablo SSF. I play Diablo SSF.
How will you cry? Was created for more.
I have an agent. I don't fly Spirit. That's not the case. Again, it does come from like I'm gonna admit that it does come from a background of privilege, right? Because like growing up, I did not fly, you know, Spirit for various reasons. Like I had uncles who worked for airlines that for United Airlines, where we could get like standby tickets. You know, growing up, luckily I was never in a situation where my family had issues with putting food on the table, things like that. So it definitely does come from an area of a place of privilege as well. But I do admit that. Fro's family is loaded. They're not loaded. They're not loaded. We're doing fine for ourselves, but I would definitely not say that I'm loaded. Let me trade you so I could see if I could trade my friend. Doing Cali, define as Cali is loaded. I mean, I guess if they talk about that from that perspective, right? But it's because we work in Cali, that's why we get that level of money. If we didn't work in Cali, we wouldn't, like, if my family did not work in Cali, right? We would not get that level of, you know, that amount of money, if that makes sense. Cali sours are bonkers, yeah, but that's just because, like, the living standards in Cali are very high. The cost of living is really high. In Cali, I believe if you are in certain parts of California, if you don't make $100,000 a year, you are considered low income. Which is crazy, right? That's ridiculous. Like, back in the day, right? If you got 6-figure salary, you fucking made it. You are living life. But, you know, not in California. And, I mean, like you guys are saying, like, in many other places, too. Yeah. Inflation is real, yeah. But also, California people, like, do get paid more than a lot of other folks. And when I was in recruiting, we were literally, like, given orders to not recruit anybody from California. Like, if you saw a California application, you just denied it. Because the company could not afford to recruit anybody from California. And ultimately, maybe that's also why I got, you know, I couldn't work in my old company either. Minimum wage is higher than everywhere else. That's why people outsource to lower wage areas. Yup, exactly. Like, I remember when I was doing this one role, and we had, like, a choice between, like, one guy who lived in, like, New York and one guy who lived in, like, Texas. And they're like, oh yeah, of course we're gonna take the Texas guy. No, well, you know why? Well, because we didn't have to pay the Texas guy as much.
Was a gift. It put me on my path, pushed me to seek.
But yeah, talking about privilege, though, I do think it's a very interesting topic. Because it's like a very, like... And I'm not talking about, like... What I'm saying is, like, there's, like, different ways to think about it. In that, for me, the way I think about privilege, right? Because I was born, like... I would not say I'm not privileged. I'm very privileged to be born into my household, my family, who's always been able to take care of me and take me, you know, we've been able to go to vacations, whenever. Like, of course, we're not rich or anything like that, but, like, I'm definitely comfortable, and that's, like, a good thing. And, like, some people will be like, oh, you're able to do this job because you're privileged, whatever, right? And I'm like, yeah, that's definitely true. But I also think that's not, like, a bad thing, because some people will be like, oh, you're only able to do this because you're privileged. Like, as, like, a negative derogatory thing. Like, yeah, because you're, like, you know, whatever, right? But I'm like, yeah, you know, you're right, I am privileged, and that's why I'm able to do this right now. But it's also the fact that my parents worked really hard to get us to this position to where I can do this. So it would actually be, I feel like, in my opinion, it would be a disservice to my parents who worked so hard to not be able to chase my dreams when I'm offered the opportunity to, you know? And I feel like most people don't have that outlook about privilege, and most people have like an outlook of like, again, in that more derogatory way, it's where more negative way where it's like, oh yeah, you're only able to do this because you're privileged, and like, you know, shame on you or something like that. And I'm like, no, it's not shame on me, because I think that if I were to not use my privilege to do something like this, that would actually be worse, because my parents worked so hard for what? They've worked so hard to give me a good life so I can actually go and do things that I want to do. It comes from jealousy, honestly, from some people, including me. Yeah, and I get it, right? I get it. But I also, like, I get where they come from. But I think it's also like, you know, you also need to be like, hey, yeah, it would be a worse thing for me to not use the privilege that I have. Because what would my parents have worked so hard for, you know? They came here from China. They, you know, they were basically started from nothing. My parents worked very hard. My dad didn't go to college. My mom didn't go to high school, right? Because they had to start earning money when they were very young. They didn't have opportunities to, you know, hang out with friends or whatever. And like my mom could have probably worked another job, but then they had me, and then she had to stay home to take care of me. Different things like that, all, you know, levels of privilege, right? But they had to make real sacrifices to make that happen. Only rich people do streaming. It's actually funny. Most people that I feel like a lot of people who like end up as streamers didn't come from like a background of privilege and like a background of like money. I feel like at least like a lot of the big streamers, right? The big streamers at the moment, I think maybe like more like the newer generation of streamers, right? More of them came from like a place of privilege. But like if we're talking about like the older generation, like the most of them kind of like were working like minimum wage jobs and like had used streaming as like a source of escape and gaming as a source of escape, but then eventually found themselves into places where they could become a streamer. I feel like streaming is more for middle class, not rich for a four either. The OG streams are the boomer equivalent. There's tiers to streaming? Oh, of course. Of course. For many people, dreams aren't even on the table, so I think it's a good perspective. Like, hey, I'm truly fortunate position, and I'm going to use that recognizing I'm lucky. Yeah, exactly. It's one thing to do it and not recognize you're lucky, right? But it's another thing if you like, hey, like, I acknowledge that I'm in a very lucky position. And like, I'm not going to take what I'm getting right now for granted. Now, extreme levels of respect for streamers who stream before it was profitable? Oh, yeah, for sure. Like,
Hail victory, and many more to come.
Especially people who like, well, it depends on the person, I guess, too. Because some people just saw it as like this is like a fun thing to do, and I don't expect to make any money out of it. And those people just kind of stream for the love of the game, you know? But there was also some people who maybe would have wanted to stream for just the fun of the game, but then they worked a job that made them extremely tired or something like that, so that they wouldn't be able to stream afterwards. There's a lot of different situations when it comes to like streamers and how they got started. Streaming on its own isn't profitable for the vast majority of the current day anyways, yeah. And I don't expect it to be for myself either. I hope it will be, right? But I'm not in a situation where like I have an unreasonable expectation that I will be profitable at some point. Again, right now, because of my situation, because I live at home, I get to break even, but definitely not profitable. The hope, again, is that we will get there. Worked for years as subhuman conditions, doing horrible recruiter jobs. Easier to blame you to see the only result, not you learn your place. Well, I mean, I would not say that. Again, you're giving me a little bit too much credit there. I worked a cushy recruiter job. I worked a very cushy recruiter job. Again, the only people who were working my job were upper middle class families. Like the people there were either like well off or whatever. Like the people there were like, we got paid well, I guess is how I'll say it. We got paid well, and our clientele was executives. So we would like go to fancy events and stuff like that. And like the people that my employers were also always very understanding, very nice, very good people. So luckily I found myself in jobs that were never that bad. Like if you compare myself to like, and what I did to like anybody who worked retail, like night and day. If you compared myself to somebody who worked at like a recruitment firm, like a big recruitment firm, and they were just working like regular recruiting jobs, night and day. Those people are churned. Those people are, worked through like fodder, right? That was not my job because I had a very specialized job. And like the companies I work for like small boutique firms. Luckily, I was never like churned and brought through the ringer. I this isn't a stream. I feel like it's my biggest issue. Mainly, I just don't like playing the same few games. To be accountable for that, I forget I never did retail. Just know how well off I really have it. There are definitely days where I kind of feel that as well. Not that like, wait, why is this disabled? Is it like broken? But
Step up to my worthy of the angel. I'll be here, swinging away.
Wait, what? Why is this disabled? I'm confused. Oh, they disabled the aspect because it's broken. Oh, it was a patch thing. Okay. That's annoying. I know I work hard out of the dream job for so many people, but still the perspective is hard. Yeah, of course. And again, and that's not to say that I didn't work hard at my job either, right? I also fucking grinded. Like while the environment was very good, I was working at peak times. I was probably working like, and this is still probably nothing compared to a lot of people, but I was working like 60-hour weeks, right? For like years at a time. But I would not say I was in like a tough working position, like the same as somebody who would be working like a retail job or like something like food services and things like that, right? I would not say that the work that I did would ever be comparable to that type of work, but it's not to say that it wasn't like a grind and I had to work hard. But it's like an interesting thing because it has also crossed my mind about like, I've never worked a retail job again because I'm very lucky in that I didn't have to work during like high school or like college or something like that. But I do think about like those experiences and how like it helps you grow as a person. But it's not like it didn't work with customer service either, but it was just with a very different set of customers, very rich set of customers, which brings its own problems of its own, of them and their privilege and not understanding that. Will I ever go back to recruiting? I don't want to, but when it comes to money, I might. Like, if let's say streaming didn't work out, right? My first goal would be to not go back to recruiting and find a role somewhere else and do something else more related to what I'm passionate about, like streaming, content creation, gaming, things like that, right? But when when it comes down to it, I need to make money. I need to survive. And with that, I might need to go back to recruiting. And I say, and that's not like, and again, it's not like, oh no, the horror, right? Of course, it's like, I'm going to be comfortable. I'm going to be doing whatever because what I did was a comfortable job, but it is not what I would prefer to do if I had a choice. Fucking recruiters, man. As someone who's worked everything from farming, healthcare, retail, customer service, and experience for sure. I did IT support for university before getting into games, 50-50 between students and staff. So that's where my customer service sales. Yeah, I mean, I used to work as a teacher, right, for a little bit. And then I also did like administrative work and did like admissions. So like the stuff where you would help decide like what kid gets accepted to your school or not. But then that job, both of those jobs, you have to deal with parents and like in many ways, like there were a lot of adjacents to things like customer service. Definitely not the same, yeah, because like if I don't want to deal with somebody, like the range of people I had to deal with was much lower than like a customer service agent or like, you know, somebody who's working in retail. But in many ways, it was very similar. Bro was a teacher. Pray for those. Hey, all I'm gonna say is a lot of the kids that I taught end up way more successful than I did. So I don't know if it was, maybe it wasn't me who brought them to that point, but hey, I had a hand in molding them to who they were that day. You know, currently, a lot of the kids that I taught, because back then they ended up like, you know, after graduating, they add you on social media and stuff like that. So you know, yeah. But if I sometimes it'll just come up and it's like, oh wow, this person's doing fucking like venture and investment. This person's out here doing like consulting. This person's doing like this and that, and they're earning like a lot of money. I'm like, okay, wow, good for you. That's what good teachers do. Those who can't do teach. True. Set the example for what not to be. Hey, all I'm gonna say is the kids that I taught really liked me. Though liking a teacher doesn't necessarily mean that they're good at their job. It just means that maybe you're just likable to them because maybe you're like them. Every now and then I'll have like a kid or two like pop into stream and just say hi. For a while, like they were like, hey, yo, dude, I just got into college. Like or it's like, I just graduated college, man. Like I get kids like hop into the stream and say that every now and then back then. At this point, they're all like working adults. So they don't come back and say like, hey, I graduated college or like, you know, whatever anymore. But back then, every now and then they would come in and say, hey, yo, dude, I graduated college. I, you know, did this thing, did this school thing. What I teach? Biology. Biology. Middle school biology. Hey, I just got a raise. No, they didn't come for me for that. That's too small of a life event. What a nerd. Teaching brain rot, dude. I mean, I have like so much respect for teachers, especially today. Like back when I taught, it was nothing compared to what teachers have to deal with today. They literally have to deal with brain rot. Like back in the day, kids still were not allowed to use their phones in classrooms type of situation, you know, like in school. Like they had to, you would confiscate their phone if you saw them with their phone. These days, kids, they just use their phone like during off times or whatever. Technology is a huge part of it. And then now you have like AI coming in, and then you also had COVID that like, you know, had like the remote teaching, like, and then now teachers have to be like on 24/7 because like their parents or like message them on like some messaging app like, hey, my kid really, for some reason, really sucks dick at math. Why can you give him a little bit of extra attention? What did I study at university? Biology. Because I studied biology because I wanted to be a bio teacher. I had a really dumb support call from a head of the school IT that taught me for 1 unit. Made me realize life isn't all about tiles. It's very true. It's very true. Do you ever have students come back to your stream to tell you that your builds suck? No, none of the kids that I taught ever played Path of Exile. Those Path of Exile is too much of a boomer game for those guys. The most they play is like, I don't know, Valorant or something like that. I studied biology, so you saw naked women in books at least. No, those did not exist. Contrary to popular belief, there's no naked women in biology books. Sounds like I know a lot about sexuality. I mean, I did teach sex ed for a little bit. I did have to teach middle schoolers sex ed for a little bit. That was a thing. Was a thing.
Off we go again.
Those poor kids, yeah. Taught from a guy who has no experience. Those who can't do teach. Rip those students. Hey, there's books for a reason, you know? There's material to teach them for a reason. Am I hyped for 0.5? Of course. Of course. Very hyped. You taught sex ed theory class. You know, the craziest thing was like, I mean, it wasn't even that crazy, but it was like a kid came up to me, like this middle schooler, and the funny thing was, right, I'm a short dude. I'm like, I mean, not that short, but I'm relatively short, right? I'm like 5'6", 5'7", right? And this kid was like 5'9". He walks up to me. He's like, Mr. Miso or whatever, right? You'll never guess what I have in my shoe right now. I'm like, what do you have in your shoe? He like pulls up, he like lifts up his leg, and he's, you know how like sometimes when your shoes get like worn out, there'll be like flaps on the sole where you can like pull open the flap and there's like empty space up there. He does that and he pulls out a condom. He's like, I'm ready. I'm like, good for you. And I just walk away. I didn't want to deal with it. I was just like, at that point, I was like, you know what? This isn't breaking the rules or anything like that. I have a lot to say to you, but you know what? Good for you. Responsible teacher. Ready for what? Blow it up like a balloon? But yeah, the reason why I say he's really tall was it's like literally he was like looking down at me like, hey. He's like looking down at me. He's just like, hey, look what I have. So I'm just like, oh yeah, show, what do you got? Show me. I'm like doing the full like this to a fucking middle schooler while he pulls out a condom from the bottom of his shoe. You may be short, but at least not poor. Maybe it was imitation. Oh god. You know what? I'm glad I walked away from that then, if that was the case. Like literally the looking up emote, like the little Pepe that's like looking up. That was me. That was me. Yep, that one. That was literally me. Freerin looking up. That kid was he was definitely a troublemaker. That's all I can say though. Definitely not a model student, that's for sure. I don't know what happened to that kid though. He was not one of the kids that like stayed in contact with me. In fact, I don't think he stayed in contact with any of the teachers. Do you notice that D4 activities feel very samey? Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. I mean, endgame for D4, like I've said, right, has always been one of the weakest points of the game. And I do think that they've added some, I think the progression for D4 right now is a lot better. I think they've improved a lot on it. But in terms of the endgame loop, it's still the same thing. The endgame loop, despite having them added, like, I don't know, like the Atlas trees or whatever, for the most part is the same thing, which is why I always say, like, hey, if you liked the D4, this patch will be more of what you liked. But if you didn't like D4, this patch is probably not going to be something that is going to make or break your experience. Give him a call, see how he's doing. I don't have his contact information. It's funny though, like, you know, you think like, when you think back to your teachers, it's like, oh, they probably don't remember me or whatever, right? Like they've seen so many students. Now, of course, I didn't teach for all that long, right? I only had a couple years of teaching experience, but at the same time, like every now and then I'll meet up with my friends that we taught together. We still talk about some of the kids like that we taught back then. Of course, that's like a common area that we know, like we all taught at the same time, and like with those kids, so it's like a common topic. But still, you know, I think I think people underestimate how much the kids actually matter to the teachers and how memorable the kids are. So, if you ever have a chance to go back and speak to your teachers from back in the day, even if you think like, oh, they won't remember me, there's a good chance they might actually remember you. You did random shit, the teachers will remember you. Like, of course, there are definitely kids that I don't remember. I'm not gonna say I remember every kid, but like definitely a lot of kids, like especially like you said, the ones who did memorable things, whether it be good things or bad things, we still remember, because during our lives as teachers, like teachers for the most part, they spend a lot of time teaching, so their life, a lot of it is revolved around the kids. So, you know, they probably ended up talking about you a lot if you were one of those kids. And as a result, they probably still remember you to this day. Most teachers hated me, or the ones that supported me, so have a good opinion of me to this day. It's like a while back, you know, a couple, like this was not like that far away from my graduated college, but it was a good like 7 or 8 years from like high school when I had the teacher, right? I emailed one of my teachers and they're just like, oh my God, I still, you know, hello, Miso, I still remember that one essay that you wrote about Tolstoy, blah, 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 blah. Oh, it was great. I still talk about it with my class every now and then today. I'm like, wow. I literally pulled that shit out of my ass in like one day, half a day, and you said it was that good. I feel like you're probably bullshitting, but hey, all right.
You still believe in
I wrote an essay about Tolstoy. Yeah. Oh yeah, Mr. Jungle Knock. I saw that you changed your name a little bit. The bar is low enough, easy to impress. This Chinese guy loves to toot his own horn. Hey, I mean, you know what? All streamers are narcissists, all right? It is what it is. We all love talking about ourselves.
impressive, unfortunately.
I'm regretting that I changed my name. Wait, why? True, you don't even what's up me anymore. I mean, if I didn't know what's up you, I probably just missed your message. What's up, Haru? How are you doing? I'm a Tolstoy enjoyer. Nice. I think I just randomly chose that book, honestly. Because I like heard of the name, like heard the title somewhere. I was like, all right, I guess I'll choose this one. I kind of recognize it. He's gotten too big. It's changed it. What the hell? I wish I was a big streamer. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I am, but like, like in the streamer landscape, I am a relatively big streamer, but I am definitely not a big streamer by any means. Like, if we're speaking in relative terms, sure, I would consider myself a big streamer. But in the grand scheme of things, if we take a look at the landscape of what an actual big streamer means, I am definitely by no means a big streamer. Do I like Tolstoy or Tchaikovsky more? Honestly, I don't even remember what book I read for Tolstoy or what that guy is even about. Like I said, it was some random bullshit that I did in high school. Sooner or later, Visa will say, hey guys, yeah, that's gonna be me, alright, that's gonna be me. Holy shit, why are there so many goddamn these little lunatics? Why is he calling chat lunatics? I mean, look, if I were to be completely honest, I'll be completely honest, you know? All I'll say is there is nobody who lives on Twitch who is on Twitch this often that is not a lunatic, including me. I am also a lunatic. Does Bobgun like PoE2 or is it just for the money? I'm sure he likes PoE2. But I'm sure he's also very happy about the money that he gets from it. Ah! Not that one. This one. Ooh, an ancestral ring. That's a liberating thought that we're all lunatics. So everyone feels strong?
It is done.
Wait, why am I? Oh, I guess I teleported to the or the Fertile Legion, which is why I'm here. I really like the new area, though. The new area is really nice. It's very convenient. Everything is just kind of there. And that's very nice.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
Let's see here. Where is the cube? Where is the cube here? Do they even have cube here? I don't know. We're going back to the other town though. This town is way better. Feels like you get a lot more junk loot now. Maybe after where you're at. Maybe just after where you're currently at. But then you only get need ancestral loot. But you get so much random rares it feels bad. Yeah, I mean, I think right now where I'm at a point where like the loot is like I'm not getting enough ancestral loot to really like be like no more regular rares, but like I'm also at a point where it's like I'm kind of hitting the ceiling for good rares. Like I'm at a point where I need very specific mods to make my gear better. Okay, I need... What do I need on this? I have crit luck, crit damage multiplier. I need... I think I just need damage. Is there a thing that I can do for damage? Offensive, defensive, skill and core, resource, mobility. I think I just do offensive. Transmute. Attack speed. That ain't quite it, but it's fine. I think that's better than what I'm doing right now. Maybe. Critical strike damage multiplier. Dude, the move speed is so nice, though. Like, if I lose this movement speed, I feel like I'm gonna go so slow. I feel like I can feel it. It's fine. Okay, let's do... resource generation. Let's roll resource gen. .8 reroll. 6.8. Not amazing, but it is what it is. Okay, we'll do that, and then we're gonna go get jeweler. Give me a socket. There it is. And then I'm gonna unsocket the one off of my old
What do you
one.
bring?
Man, wouldn't it be nice if we could, like, pull runes out of our gear and keep them? In Path of Exile 2? Why am I only a Torrent 5? Because I suck at the game.
Ah, Mainlander, what brings you? Wait, what was the other one that I had on this? I don't even remember. I had Axolotl fortified. You deal increased damage. This one, right? Yeah.
Man, that's a low ass roll. Holy crap.
This one.
Technically we can. There's a temple room for that. Yeah, but it would be nice if it was by default. Especially for this, like the lower runes, like while you're leveling through the campaign, so you don't feel bad about socketing a rune into like a weapon that you're like, well, if I don't want to socket this rune into this weapon because I know I'm gonna change it soon, right? I think that's like that is one of the biggest points of friction that I have, where it's like you don't get enough runes to be like willy-nilly throwing it into your gear. And because we don't have a way to unsocket runes, I never feel like I'm ever going to use the sockets in my gear unless it's like an absolute, like, I have no choice but to. It's like my gear is so bad right now that I have to do this. You know what I mean? Did they nerf Spin Barbarian, or are you just bad? I'm just bad. Back from venting my anger outside chasing dog. Yo, welcome back, sir. One out of 10, what would you give about the current state of Diablo 4? It depends on you as a person, but if we're talking about like my enjoyment, my personal enjoyment, right? I think I would give it a 7 out of 10. Yeah, I just pretty much use them when I get them on a fresh start. Hoarding a fresh start doesn't do any good. Well, I guess like what I mean is like, have you ever had a situation where you've finally got an iron rune, and then you slap it on you either A, don't want to slap on a weapon because you're like, well, I might get a better weapon really soon. Like, this is not a good enough weapon to use it on. Or it's like B, a place where you slapped it on a weapon and then you're like, shit, now I just got a better one. And like, you know, literally like the next map. Yeah, exactly. 7 out of 10 is pretty high for somebody who feel like you'll keep saying, I want to find a reason for not playing it. The reason why I give it a 7 out of 10 for myself, like, is because, I mean, there's two things, right? I acknowledge that the game is, like, there's a mixture of stats, I guess. It's not a full, like, hey, how much am I enjoying this game? If it's a pure, like, how much am I enjoying this game, I'll probably give it, like, a 6 out of 10. Which, I mean, isn't even that much further down. But the rating that I'll give is, like, a mixture of, like, an objective plus also my own enjoyment of the game. But yeah, I mean, I guess a 7 out of 10 is a pretty high rating to give it. The reason why I'm giving it a 7 out of 10 is because I would say that overall I am enjoying the game. I do think the game is fun. But the reason why, like, I would kind of want to find reasons not to play the game is because I'm trying to think of a good way to explain it. I mean, maybe it's just also partly my enjoyment of the game has gone up over time as well. IGN would hire you. Anyone know how to living steel do a living steel old bosses? Now that we just use the turkeys, I do not know. The only reason why I bought the expansion was because PoE got delayed. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of a reason why I would give it a 7 out of 10. Like I'm trying to think. Am I really trying to find an active way to not play this? I am, in the sense that there are many games I would rather be playing than this right now. And I wish I could find a game that I could stream and also play that game. So it's like, yes, I am trying to play other games, but no, it's not that because I'm not. Just because I'm not enjoying it. It's a fun progression curve. Did Jonathan come in and say hi, thank you for your input? He did not. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to explain what I'm feeling about this game. Like, I guess the reason why I give it a 7 out of 10 is because I don't think the game is a bad game. And I'm having fun playing it. But there are just, to me, better games out there that I could be playing. What kind of games do you like? I mean, I do like ARPGs. I like MMOs, grindy games in general. I like. What is a better game? I mean, a game that I'm currently enjoying more is Maple Story. It's not necessarily a better game, but it's just a game I'm enjoying playing a lot more. Another one that I could think about is maybe playing like Uma Musume on stream. That's also something that I could do. But I'm not gonna stream that. Yo, Hanzik, how's it going? Enshrouded. Yeah, I think that's more of what it is. It's that there are games I enjoy more. Even though this is a better game, I don't enjoy it as much. Where I am at the current state. And maybe that's like the best way to explain it. Just because I am not enjoying a game that much doesn't mean I'm going to give it a low score. Because it's just, I understand the nuance of like how certain games are maybe just not for me, but I can see that it, its strengths and weaknesses and give a more objective kind of opinion on it. Do a Maple Story stream, fuck it. I miss the Uma streams. You know where I can find Primordial Dust for the reroll charm or the unique charm? I mean, it says where you get it if you go like to, what is it called? If you go to your cube, right? If you go to your cube, you throw in your item. Let's just say, like, I don't know, we're going to throw in this item, right? And then you do this. You highlight over it. It says collected from. Cube spoils in the war plans, cash rewards from the Tree of Whispers, and elite enemies. So all you need to do is you just need to highlight over it. If you have them in your inventory, of course, you can just highlight them over in your inventory. If you don't have it, you could put it here. And then it'll pop up, and then you can highlight over it, and you can see it. And unique charms, I'm playing the season like 350 hours. I don't see unique charms. As you go up in Torment, you'll get more and more of them. I don't like how you can't do this out of order. Like you can't, like when you click teleport, you're forced to teleport this way. Yo, Mr. Dash, welcome back for 3 months. Thank you, man. I appreciate
We
it.
love
Welcome
to
back.
drink the milk YGL
people finally found the cow level? No, I didn't. That's cool. I'm torn 6, so I think my build can do more. Yeah, do it. Push it, man. It's designed for Brian. Who's Brian? The cup you're drinking from doesn't finish right. Always full. I mean, I have a little thermos thing that I refill it with. Oh, the normal TTS, dude. I see. And Shroud is legit. I was watching some people playing it. I was watching Mr. Stoops play it. He was sponsored to play it. Joseph Glock, how's it going? What are you doing? Same old, same old. Grinding endgame, doing war plans. Trying to get better gear so I can progress further up in the ladder. Aragon 130, yep. I haven't played the game in like... I didn't play the game at all yesterday because I was off stream yesterday. I spent the entire night playing MapleStory. Why Torment 2? It's just what is it called? It's just the content that I'm doing. It's stuck to Torment 2. I didn't do this yet. This thing, the Den of the Apostate. I'm on Torment 5. Why don't you live stream MapleStory? I don't think most people want to watch it. I'll be honest. Also, I do want to progress in Diablo. Like, I want to get to Torment 12. It's like both. Like, I don't think people would be that interested in it, but also, like, I want to progress this character in Torment 12. I feel like it's part of my job to be informed about this game, because it is in the ARPG landscape and the ARPG sphere, and I think it is a good ARPG as well. That's why I don't feel as, like, motivated to progress through, like, Torchlight. I mean, I think Torchlight's good, but I guess my enjoyment of that one is, like, far less than Diablo. No Harm or Dry, I'd watch it. I trust me, guys. Most people would not find it entertaining. It's like, and I'm playing like the old, like more classic version of the two, so not modern. And so like in the modern one, there's more effects and stuff like that. But in the classic version, it's like there's not much going on the screen. I'm just farming mobs over and over again, getting like 0.02 EXP every mob. Finally booking a hotel for Exile. Yo, let's go. Yo, let's go. Huge. That's awesome. I'll see you there, I guess. Do you know Swing Win can get the T12 easily compared to other builds? I don't know the curve for spin barb compared to other builds. No, unfortunately. I'm sure if you know how to gear and know how to progress, any build can get to T12 like in a relatively short amount of time. But I don't know how fast this progresses compared to others. RuneScape viewers still have viewers, you can do it. Well, the thing is, RuneScape viewers have RuneScape viewers, like viewers from RuneScape.
I hope the inn has something to warm me up.
Is anyone playing Hammered in Arbiter build? I can't seem to kill bosses because I run out of faith. I mean, what it is probably just because you're lacking faith generation. Whether it be from your skills or it be from, like, your equipment. I don't know what, like, the required equipment is for Hammered in because I'm not playing it. But I would, you know, venture to guess that there's probably some sort of faith regeneration that you want in your gear. Or maybe it's, like, faith on kill or things like that. So, or, like, faith cost reduction. Like, all that stuff will contribute to the amount of faith that you're having in your, what is it called? Your upkeep of faith. Like, for example, Whirlwind Barb, we run, like, a good bit of Fury regeneration, and then, like, Fury regeneration percent on our rings and stuff. The first War Plan boss bricked you? I'm playing on the mobile version of D4. Not, you know, you could say every version of D4 is mobile. Salvage gems you're not using the craft higher ones? Yeah. I just don't really have that many gems that are, what is it called? The ones that I need. I need rubies and diamonds. But I don't have any rubies and diamonds right now. Mobile version like Steve? No, it was a meme.
PT, to break. Back to it then.
Did that KBQ fuck you up at all? I got my shit rocked. Yo, what's up, dude? What's up, Killian? Let me just say, you want to take a look at this? So, Mr. Hobbs, Mr. Killian, he was for any of you guys who saw my message last night, he went to KBBQ with me, and I guess I was not the only one that suffered from the KBBQ. There's a Infernal Horse tree perk that converts all Obdicite to gem fragments. Oh, maybe I'll grab that. Yeah, it was not great. I like when I at like around the time of my stream start, I was like, I think I can do this. I think I should be able to do this. And then I was just thinking of all the situations where like I would start my stream and like if I couldn't do it, I'm just like, yeah, I don't know about this. I feel like there is a good chance that I just come on stream and then half the stream will be the chair stream because I am sitting on my ass, like pissing out of it. And guess what happened? That is exactly what went down last night. I blame Pogi. I blame Pogi and his cooking skills. What's Korean barbecue? Or QBQ Korean barbecue. Does anyone know the best way to acquire greater layer key bosses? I found TA for hours, no dice. I wish I could help. Definitely ate too much. We needed a new chef. I mean, I will be honest. I feel like the meat there wasn't like the best quality either. It's definitely like lower quality meat. Of course, it was all you can eat, so you can't expect the meat to be that great. But even for all you can eat, I feel like there's better places. Do you guys prefer all you can eat when you go out to do like you know, these like hot pot places or Korean barbecue or whatever, or do you like the a la cartes? What do you guys feel? Because like for like the a la cartes, you definitely get like higher quality meats, you know. But if you're going for all you can eat, you get quantity, right? I guess that's like the bigger question. Do you guys prefer quantity over quality when it comes to your meats? It definitely declined in quality. You were there, of course there was a low quality meat. I'm broke, so all you can eat. I mean, I'm also all you can eat enjoyer. I think it's just more comfortable when I'm there. I don't have to look at like the prices or thing like that. I don't have to like be there holding my wallet like, do I really want to grab that one? It's kind of expensive.
So dark and cold. Please stay. Grandfather was supposed to walk me home.
How fast is Twink leveling in PoE 2? Any useful uniques? I mean, it depends on the build that you're playing, but also the gear that you have. But useful uniques, depending on the build, you know, like universal ones are like Gold Rim for like the helmet. Oh, I have to find their love one before time runs out. What the fuck is this? Sorry. Gold Rim, right, for helmet, or Wanderlust for boots. How did I do this? Oh, I have to stand next to this bitch. Yeah, Gold Rim for helmet, Wanderlust for boots. There's like various chest armors that you can use. Most people use Tabula Rasa for their chest armor, and do like a bunch of jewels on their Tabula Rasa. If you're playing like a bow build, Widow Hail and like a good quiver will last you for a really long time. Other than that, it's like, you know, various like unique weapons that'll just be like keep you up, your damage up while you're progressing through the campaign. Fox Shade, yeah, Fox Shade is pretty good. That's like a really good, just like starting off chest armor. Painter's gloves, I think those are decent. They don't really improve your damage by that much. I personally prefer the action speed gloves. That's what I usually use. I forget what they're called. Fleet-footed sigil is pretty good for your amulet slot.
Excellent find.
It'll allow you to like roll around and move really quickly. There's also I forget what it's called. There's one that like increases your damage but like decreases your survivability. I forget what that one's called. Those like Ming's Heart for like your rings too, if you really want to do that. Another thing that's going to increase your damage or decrease your survivability. Onslaught Ring. Onslaught Ring isn't bad. Onslaught Helmet isn't bad either. Ooh, crit strike, crit damage on the ring. That's kind of pog. Low rolls, but Better than nothing. Jewels don't have a level requirement. Yep. Let's see here. I want skill levels. Transmute. Core skills, core skills, core skills. Ah, strength. $5.8? Are you serious? $7.6. There it is.
Back to it then.
When am I gonna do a D4 guide? I mean, I don't feel like I'm knowledgeable enough about this game to really make a good guide. Still spinning? Yup, you know it. You know it. The current song, it's on the screen. You actually, do I not have it enabled? I might not have it enabled. The current song, where is it? Where's the freaking Spotify widget? There it is. Oh, it's blocking shit. That's why I have it disabled. It's called Cygnus Garden by Soul Res. Even PoE 2 I might do spinning. For 0.5. Okay, we'll do this. I've broken Chrome, YouTube, Twitch mutes unless it's active. What have I done? I have no clue. I wish I could tell you. I'm playing Whirlwind Barb super strong right now. Yup. I mean, the thing is, I play Whirlwind Barb regardless if it's strong or not. I just like Whirlwind Barb. It's my go-to. I don't think there is a season where I don't want to play Whirlwind Barb. There is never a situation where I don't want to. Well, is that the one that I want? I think it's the one I want. Fixed it? What happened? Whirlwind Bar's super strong here, you're immortal. Yeah, let's go. Bookmark management thing, I was muting the background tabs. Interesting. I'm just a spin to win enjoyer. It is what it is. There's never a time where I don't want to be spinning. And Poti, you're the Dex man. How come? There's only Mace right now. That's why. When it comes to strength, the maces are the only thing, and there's no spinning in maces. Once swords come out, axes come out, I'll probably play a good bit of swords and axes. Can't wait for spin to win in Po 2. Same, dude, same. Again, I really hope that it'll be good. I really hope that it'll be good, and that it will not be disappointing. Because I know that there are many spin to win enjoyers out there. And if GGG goes in and makes spin to win, like how they do for a lot of these other skills, making them feel very restrictive, ooh, there's gonna be an angry army. And you know what? I'll be leading that charge.
I have your back, friend.
We have spin to lose in Bo 2. Is there any gambling in D4? Yeah, definitely. Oh, speaking of which, I was supposed to freaking do my Merming Obols. People will be angry no matter what. True. True. I mean, that's just how people are. Everybody's gonna be angry. Everybody's always angry. Yeah, I did not use my Merming Obols. I was supposed to use it earlier. Ooh, ancestral gloves. Oh my god, get out of here, buddy. I don't got time for you. Oh my god. Please! Let me fast travel! Spin away with Wolf Leap sounds like a good time. That should be a one button skill, maybe a shout or something like that. Yep. I mean, that's the hope. Will it be that case? I don't know. Nobody knows. But I hope it is the case. Alright, let us get some... I still need my gloves. I've been farming for these gloves for a goddamn while.
It's and nice. Terrible. Can't stop there. Come on, one more.
What difficulty am I on? Torment 5 at the moment. I can probably go to Torment 6 soon, honestly.
It's oh, so nice. Next one will be even better.
All damage multiplier. Critical strike attack speed. Are we going to the beer and chicken place or what, dude? Chimek? That sounds so good right now. Oh my god, it's been so long since I've had Chimek. Holy crap. I wonder if I could do this. Dude, I every time I went down to LA, dude, Chimek was like, oh, chef's kiss. Is Chimek what Jorgen is talking about? I have no clue. Chimek is it's more on the side of Korean beer and chicken. So it's like Korean fried chicken and beer. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I can do this right now. I don't think I have enough damage. It might be because I swapped my build up a little bit to take off the Dust Devils. That might be part of it. Can I respec? I can, okay. You have Chimek in Australia too? He said it was nearby the convention. I'll hunt it down in Google Maps. Dude, Chimek is, oh man.
Curse this place. I am being followed.
We got no delicious Korean fried chicken here in Malaysia. We only got good kebabs. I mean, kebabs are also good. But nothing quite beats Korean fried chicken and beer. Do I remember how much damage I did around Torment 1? I do not. I also didn't have my damage numbers enabled when I was in Torment 1. I didn't enable my damage numbers until much later. I feel like my crit rate is so low. I need to get my crit rate higher. I would self-cook my own fried chicken if I want to have beer with it. Yeah, we are definitely lacking right now on damage for tier 6 or Torment 6. Oh. Got a lot of time before Toad 2 comes out. Is there any content being locked from going higher torment levels? Is it just numbers? I think there are a couple things, like for example, like Uber Mephisto, I think does not come until later torments. You can highlight over the torment levels and it'll tell you like some of the new content that you unlock. Do you think they'll ever do a number squish in this game? I doubt it. They didn't do it with Diablo 3. I doubt they'll do it with Diablo 4. Chicken and beer. I think I found it. I mean, only Jorgen really knows the true place, I guess. But we will find out when we go to ExileCon. Do you figure out what the Kelly teaser means? I don't think anybody really knows what the Kelly teasers ever actually mean. At this point, even the spider one could potentially not even be the spider from that expedition reveal or whatever. Probably won't figure it out until we get the live stream, and even then maybe we won't even figure it out. It might all just be a red herring. It might all just be Kelly wanted to fuck with our you know, fuck with us while we're waiting and desperately waiting for content. Just wait 4 more days. Yep. Latest either Zoss Pyre, breach related, read the lineage support. It's the same name. Zoss Pyre? Latest, wait, which ones are you talking about? The latest teaser? Give us more, I want to get fucked. Alright, buddy. Whatever you say. Pull your pants down. I can arrange to it. The spider means they fixed some bugs. Ooh, that's a good theory. That's rough, man. I don't got enough damage for this shit. Taking days. Weeks, even. There we go. Now we got Wrath. Now we're pumping a little more. What am I doing for my thing of bobbers? So right now we have currently 4 of these. We're using Might on this one. The second one is Twister. What am I actually supposed to have on this? I think this is a challenge. No, it's Exploit. Exploit. Executioner, Exploit. There it is. Spiders not a bugs. I mean, technically bugs are like all like insects, right? And spiders an arachnid, so it's not a real bug, but it's synonymous. It's synonymous. The only true bugs are insects, I believe, right? I'm pretty sure that's the case. Yeah, bugs aren't a scientific term. I'm trying to remember. If I remember correctly, bugs, the only true bugs are insects, is what I remember learning at some point. I mean, it's not a scientific term, but it's nomenclature. Spiders are arachnids? Yes, spiders are arachnids. I'm a 6'6" grown-ass man too. Spiders be scary. I mean, I'd say spiders are only scary at a certain size. Like a wolf spider, scary. Tarantula, scary. House spider, not scary. Black widows, scary. But even then, black widows are supposedly like pretty tame. They're not supposed to really bite. You have to really force it to, you know, really bother it for you to really bite you ever. I mean, general spiders are kind of like that, honestly. Spiders are not very prone to bite humans. A dog-sized spider? Now that would be scary. If a little spider crawled across me mid-sleep, it would probably fly out the room. 4 boobs scary. You know what the scariest bug is? waking up and finding out that all your exalts, your divines and mirrors and exalts are gone from your account. That would be a scary bug. That would be a very scary bug. What's the number? How's it going? But yeah, I have a general rule in my household that for spiders, as long as they're not bothering me, I don't bother them. So like, unless they're at a point of like literally crawling across me or something like that, I don't kill them. Because spiders are very friendly, helpful creatures. They keep out the other bad, creepy crawlies from your house. See those few spiders, an extra source of protein. What the heck? Touch me or say mean things, it's out. Like, there was one time where I did have to get rid of some spiders, though, inside of my room, even though it wasn't like necessarily bothering me directly. I had my window. It was kind of like closed improperly to where there was a kind of open slit that air was coming through. It wasn't like it wasn't that I didn't like close the window fully. It was just like it was closed fully, but there was a part where it was just like, I don't know, pried open, I guess. Maybe that's like a better way to say it. But yeah, it was just like it closed improperly. And between that little slit, the spider that I had been keeping alive in my room had let's just say built a mansion in that spot. And I was like, you know, as much as you're helping me out right now and making up for the fact that I fucked up and didn't close my window properly, I'm also a little bit scared that you might start a family, and that would also be not very good. So unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to end you here, buddy. What's up, Mr. Kaltorak? How are you doing? Spiders keep us safe from mosquitoes. Yup, they do. Flying cockroaches are more scary than spiders. Dude, cockroaches in general are. They're disgusting. Treat spiders with chemotherapy using a deadly substance against other diseases. Itching for the real stream? I think we all are. We all are. I don't think there's a single one of us who is not itching for the reveal stream.
Oh no!
Can't wait for that Rebecca Black song to be played all week. What the fuck? I guess for you it's on Friday then. Not for me. No Friday for me. Okay, I think maybe we can do the next tier now. I think I did a good bit of upgrading to where we can do the next tier of Nightmare Dungeon. Or not Nightmare, to go to tier 6 maybe? Because that kind of was very easy. All right, let's see. Can we do Torment 7? Oh, wait. Dude, I'm literally jumping from Torment... Was it... Oh, why am I on Torment 5? I should be on Torment 6, I guess. Right? Because I'm doing a Torment 7 one. Hey, whatever. We'll see if we can do Torment 7. Let's try it. We weren't able to do it earlier. Maybe we can do it now. Oh, you know what? It's because I barely made it through the Torment 6 one. That's why I didn't upgrade. That's why we can do Torment 7. Yeah, okay, yeah. Torment 7 is not going to happen right now. We need more upgrades. We need more upgrades. That is not going to happen. I was struggling on those blue mobs. We can't upgrade to Torment 6, though. Yeah, for those of you guys who were like, go play some MapleStory. Maybe I'll do a short little bit of MapleStory later. Just so you guys can see what it's like. Just to let you guys know. Show you guys that, yeah, you probably don't want to watch MapleStory. Oh, we can go up to Torrent 7? Maybe we try it. Maybe we try it. I feel like it's probably gonna be pretty hard for me to do Torment 7, but we'll try it. Let's try to run through some Helltide with it, see how it goes. Anybody watch Evo Japan today? Ooh, this guy kind of tanker. Guy's very tanker. I don't know if we could do Torment 7, boys. Of course I did. Well, which games do you watch? Pog filter, yo, spoilers, man. What the hell? I didn't watch it. I was streaming during the SF6. Thought you were talking about seeing it? No, what the heck? It was during my stream. Where are the mods? Wow, that's too bad. I already saw it. I mean, I already saw your message. It's over. Are you getting tired from all the infinite grinding? I mean, not really. Because, like, there's not really that much difference between, like, this and PoE anyways. Like, of course, I think, like, there is a big difference in the type of content that we're doing. But it's an infinite grind for both, I'd say. Like, mapping is basically the same thing as doing this. I think it's more fun to map, but in an essence, they're both just an infinite grind. What games do you watch for Evo? Mostly just SF6 these days. I was thinking about watching. I wanted to check out 2XKO, maybe some VODs. Because I think 2XKO is pretty cool. I also have friends that work on the game, so support the homies, you know what I mean? Oh my god, this guy's taking forever. Yeah, I ain't doing that. Okay, we need to go turn the dial back to tier 16 or Torment 6. Torment 7 is a little too much right now for me. D4 has a serious lack of dopamine. Project Owen's pretty good. Scary matches by the end. Because it has no divine orbs. All the RPGs, MMOs, Maple Stories. I like grindy games. I love grindy games. Those are the games I prefer to play, honestly. Yo, Mr. Scissors, welcome back for 10 months.
China Cat.
China Catto. I actually, when you ask me, like, do I enjoy playing, like, an ARPG or, like, a regular RPG? Like, I don't know, Pragmata or, like, a Elden Ring or something like that. I prefer playing, like, these grindy games. I spend way more time playing these games than, like, single-player RPGs. Just in time for Undercities. Oh, yeah, baby. You have a mythic trib? Do I want to come? Never know. I don't even know what that is. Greater Bossy with Varshan TA is dog shit to RNG to drop one, I guess. I mean, maybe there's certain content that drops more of it. Like, I'm assuming maybe, like, Undercity, you might be able to have, like, a little towels, like, a little item that'll make it so that you drop more layer keys, for example. I'm not sure. It's just it's a guess. What's my Undercity tree look like? Honestly, I've just been putting shit in, like, random stuff. I haven't really been, like, bothering to min-max stuff. I was like, this looks kind of good. All right. We'll put it there. I mean, I'm playing this game very casually. I'm not trying to min-max or anything at all. Is most of my damage, is most of your damage NATOs? I say a good bit of it is, but it shouldn't be. Like, for, like, the endgame Whirlwind build, it shouldn't be NATOs, but currently right now it is a lot of NATOs.
I have your back, friend.
There's no Omens, we're chilling here, and D4, no Abyssal farming. The thing is, like, I'm typically a pretty casual player, I'd say. Casual is, like, with air quotes, I guess. Because, like, I play a good number of hours. But the way that I like to play the games is never to min-max. I'm a player who likes playing off of vibes, you know? Path of Exile 2 is one of the games where I, you know, min-max a little bit more because I'm, like, making content for it. But, like, if I'm not making content for a game, I just like vibing. I just like chilling. Fun first for the win, yep. Especially for a Diablo where I can just vibe, you know? This is a game where I can just vibe and just go through the entire game. Follow a build guide, literally 5 extra damage. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, I'm for the most part following a guide, but I'm not following it super closely. Oh, did this always happen where you get you finish your thing and the Undercity portal just pops there? That was my first time seeing that.
You know death as intimately as I. This will be a good fight.
I
have become your prey.
What do you find most enjoyable about these kind of grindy games? It's progression. Progressing your character and making it stronger. Basically, like, putting in the time, putting in the effort to, like, you know, play the game, or, like, learning more about the game, and then progressing your character and seeing your character get stronger and stronger over the time. I also think that part of the enjoyment is, like, killing the monsters as well. Like, if it's not enjoyable to kill the monsters, then that's also not very fun either. Like, if the game, for example, that's like why I don't enjoy playing like Last Epoch. That's why I don't enjoy playing Torchlight. I don't think it feels very enjoyable to kill the monsters there. So it's like those two things, progression and how good the game feels to actually just like kill mobs. Smoke grenades are literally quite pro concoctions. Ooh, that sounds interesting. You know what game has progression and gives dopamine? Where Winds Meet. I mean, you love that game, sir. You love that game. You absolutely do. It's Ancestral White Axe. Has anyone tried NTE? It looks pretty good. I haven't tried it, but I've heard it's pretty fun. But it's a gacha game, so that automatically kind of puts it out of contention for me, at least. I don't quite... These days, I don't really have, like, the bandwidth, both time and money-wise, to play another gacha game. How long's the Crucible? I have no clue.
That's it. You know where to find me.
The best gacha game for me will always be Brave Frontier. That's an old one. That's an old one. I used to play that. That was my first gacha game. I think that was a lot of people's first gacha game, honestly. The C4 season is great. Nice to see you're still playing. Yeah, it's not bad. It's enjoyable. Let's see. Can we get crit on this? No. Fire damage multiplier. My little brother and I brought love Brave Frontier. I think everybody, like, when Brave Frontier first rolled around, I think most people who were playing it had a good time. But at the time, we also didn't know what was good, what was predatory and what wasn't. It was kind of like the early age of gacha games where just like, you know, it was super pay to win, but people were just kind of playing it because it was interesting and fun.
Let us plan our next move.
I tried playing Crimson Desert? Yeah. I was playing Crimson Desert before, like, when it first came out. There are a few people making Brave Frontier. It's going to be playable on the browser. Interesting. I probably wouldn't go back to it, though. Like, the gacha games have, like, progressed so much further. Do you want to farm Undercity Helltide and stuff? I appreciate the invitation, but whenever I play ARPGs, I do prefer playing it solo for the most part. Maybe somebody else in chat might want to do it, though.
Go. I will see you again soon.
You mean like Farmville, that kind? Farmville was not I don't think Farmville was ever a gacha game, but it definitely was very pay to win. Is it free to play all his characters accessible? I mean, I think just like the game, it was fun at the time, but I feel like going back to it, I wouldn't really enjoy it. I feel like gacha games in general have kind of progressed beyond that level, that point. Like, even if it's free to play or whatever, it just, to me, it's not that, I feel like I wouldn't be that interested about it anymore.
I have your back, friend.
Well, thank you for the Paul video from 2 months ago. It was very useful. Yeah, dude. Glad you enjoyed it. I'll probably make another one, more in-depth one as the season, like, we get closer to the beginning of the season. Getting old. These so guys are goated. Thank you. First gacha game was Mobile Legends. I don't think I've ever played Mobile Legends. I don't even remember what my next gacha game was after Brave Frontier, to be honest, at this point. I feel like I played a lot. Oh, actually, it was this one. It was this one gacha game called White Cat Project. I don't know if everybody's ever played that, but I played the Japanese version of it, called Kuro Neko Project. My cousin put me on that gacha game, and it was very fun. Pretty free-to-play friendly, to be honest. Had real-time PvE co-op, which was really cool, and had some really cool characters. Seven Nights? No, I never played that one. I never played, you know, the one gacha game that I never really played that I do wish I could have gotten into was Puzzles and Dragons. That's a classic. I mean, that game is still running today, but I just, you know, at this point, I don't know if I'd ever play that. What are D4 goals this season? It's mostly just to get to tier Torment 12 at this point. There's nothing, and I'll decide what I want to do after that. But for the most part, Torment 12. I do think, like, with the addition of, like, the change to the current progression system in Diablo 4 has definitely given it a lot more longevity for a lot of people who are just willing to grind the game. Because, like, Torment 12, for the most part, I would say is definitely not accessible by somebody who's not going to be spending, like, a ton of time or a ton of effort to like figure out how to actually progress their characters quickly, or unless they get carried, you know, that's also a possibility if you get boosted. But for a normal person, I think a lot of people, most people out of bet probably will never get to Tournament 12 this season. It's definitely keep me for a month. I don't think it'll keep me for a month. The only reason why I'm not like playing something else right now is because I have that goal of Tournament 12. But if I didn't have that goal, I probably wouldn't be like... I probably would be on something else. Gamble with your friends. What a game. Took down T10 Mephisto. Not gonna lie, harder than any boss in PoE 2. Oh, 100%. I was watching DM take it out today. Definitely. We were having a conversation about boss difficulty earlier in the stream, and I was talking about how I was watching DM play Uber Mephisto today. I'm like, that boss definitely looked way harder than anything in PoE 2 right now. Not necessarily because of the boss patterns. Like if you were to actually play, if you were to actually take on Arbiter with like without one-shotting it, I think Arbiter is probably harder than Uber Mephisto. But the thing is that the ceiling, or like how easy you can get to a point of one-shotting Arbiter is just very low. But you can get there pretty quickly on most builds. He kept dying on Uber Mephisto. The bleed was insane. Yo, what's up, Mercado? Certainly a Torrent 10 Uber Mephisto. Need to grind more. Uber Arbiter 4-minute fight with Thorns. Arb is pretty easy attack round though. It's not very hard, really. I mean, maybe that's just because the only times I've ever took on an Arbiter and it was hard was on a character that was not very good. And also the number of times I've taken on Arbiter without one-shotting is very limited. Uber Mephisto was way more intense to me. Interesting. But yeah. Another example of PoE 2 supposedly is supposed to be the boss game, but you know, with meaningful combat, and other games that are not supposed to have meaningful combat have better boss encounters. Talking to DF? DF or DM? We were talking about DM. Mr. Darth Microtransaction. Have you tried Uber Mephisto yet? Sorry, I missed a few streams. Or you have? Nah, I haven't yet. I didn't play it all yesterday, so I don't think you missed too much. I didn't stream yesterday. I had a situation in the toilet after Korean barbecue that prevented me from streaming yesterday.
I'm ready
ready to see the outside again.
Bubble gut attack. Yeah, it was the Korean barbecue. I don't know what happened. Honestly, I really don't know. Maybe it was because of the chef. Maybe it was because of the food. KBQ is always worth it. I do like myself some KBQ. I hope we can get some good food when we're in New Zealand. Next week is gonna be a fucking packed week, though. Oh my god. Or this upcoming week, I guess. This week. Like, I have like 2 podcasts with like our own podcast. I'm going on Cyclone's podcast. Got to do probably a lot of content for the 0.5 live stream. I got to go to LA. Yes, it's freaking busy this week, man. I just hope that like when I'm in LA, I don't like miss too much. Like I'm trying to make sure I have like a steady stream of like content while I'm in LA. I mean, it's only like 24 hours I'm gonna be there, but still, being so close to the 0.5 stuff is a little worrying. Stack week up. Again, IRL stream in LA. Look forward to it. Just watched original remote video yesterday. Yes, it is one of the videos of all time. Oh no. Oh no. I wonder if Rabbit ended up getting an invite from Dreamcore for his podcast. Your Rabbit was he was putting himself out there. Should I release our update before the stream so you can quickly get out quickly is what I'm assuming? Yeah, I mean, well, it's hard to have it fully out because we won't have what is it called, patch notes, I'm assuming, until later. So that's when we'll the league start will be fully there. That was too funny, yeah. It's just adjustments? I mean, it might not be. It might literally like, because some mechanics might not work anymore, you know? Like for example, let's say I can't break armor, like they reduce the percentage of armor break even more for like Spiral Volley, then that's a dead build at that point. Just as an example. It's like they could break a core piece of a build and it could just be completely non-functional. Dover projectile rework kills some of my builds, yeah. So it's like there's sometimes, like for the most part, it should be a numbers thing, but sometimes they might do something so significant that it might just break a build, or like to a point where you need to completely rethink about how to actually play it. Sometimes the build dies, but it's never been better for me to wait till patch notes to make my build. I just make them change after notes. Well, you're for sure. You're like if you're just doing it by yourself, but like for me, if I'm like any league starters I'm making, it's like people are gonna follow it, right? So I need to be more careful about like the builds that I'm making and like how good the builds are, or whatever you want to call it, like how functional they are at a base level without edits. Of course, as we play it, and we learn more about the new league, we'll be editing more, but like at least you want at least the first little bit to be good enough for people to play. Press the wrong button.
Curse this place. I am being followed.
I mean, don't release it until after people get followed until they see it's ready. Well, there's multiple things to that. One, I'm also talking about my old league starters, right? Like for example, Spiral Volley or what is it called? Hollow Palm, things like that, right? That stuff is we want to have it up to date by day one. If they're not like edited, it's too much. But then the other thing is like there's also a financial portion of it. It's shitty, but it's a job. you got to think about the finances. You lose a lot. You lose a lot of viewership on your builds if you don't have it up by day one. Like a lot of clicks. Like, of course, for like a brand new build, right? Let's just say it's like, oh, swords or whatever. Yeah, that one's not going to be like, you're not going to be expected to like have that up by day one. You're going to be doing it as you go. But if it's like an old build, like I said, like, you know, a Spiral Volley or like a Hollow Palm, whatever, people are going to want that for day one. Even if it's not like 100%, people are going to be like, want like, hey, what do you think, you know, this will be? Or like, how do you want to how should I build it if I'm playing this? And you can usually like, hey, you know, this is like, of course, not fully tested, but because of the new changes, but here is what I think should work. And then you iterate and update as you go. But they should all be up by like day one. What's the Mobalytics creator, content creator monetization model like? So Mobalytics, much like many other sites, works off of advertisements. So, or like if you have a membership there, right? If you have the premium membership or your advertisement, either one, right? So how we get paid as content creators is based off views on the page. So if you go and even just like hop on to the build page, we get paid. So that's why, like, it's important for people to, like, what is it called? Go take a look at the build, hit the like button, because hitting the like button, in theory, should bring it up higher onto the search, onto, like, the builds page, and then more people will visit it.
Excellent find.
So it's like at the end of every league, you know, I'll get a message from, like, Dalcora, the guy that, you know, we work with. And he'll be like, hey, your build video has gotten X amount of views. Therefore, you're going to have this amount of money get paid to you. So that is how the Mobalytics monetization model works for us. Of course, you know, we have things like podcasts where we have sponsored from MOBA, right? And that will be a separate thing. But for the site itself and how we get paid off of the site, that's how. PoE 2 reacts to Diablo 4. Yup. Any estimation on if a build gets to a semi-meta and generates 4 million refreshes a month? I mean, I don't know exactly what the rate is. At least I don't. If I do, if I did have it at one point, I don't remember it anymore.
It is done.
Mobalytics is doing well. Rax left max roll for her. I have no clue. I don't know if it's because Mobalytics is doing well or if Max roll is not doing well or he doesn't like it or maybe he's butting heads with somebody there, right? I have no clue. Ooh, 5 Fury generation. That is really nice. graphics. Yes. Graphics. Upgrade to unique. Just got a pit 10. In his video, he said that he had the opportunity to help Modus grow as a company. That excited him. I mean, it could be just PR speak. You know, it could just be PR speak. I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying it could be. Unfortunately, we will never know the truth. We, as the public, will never know the truth. Unless we talk to him and ask him. What do I want on these pants? I think I want some more survive on it, right? Res, maximum life, strength. Let's see, where are these pants at? Strength, fury generation, dodge chance. Let's try to get life. All right, let's try to get life. Poison resist. Oh, I'm going to transmute life on this either way. 1k maximum life, pretty dog. 1.3k, okay, that's passable. Okay, and then let's go put 2 sockets onto this bad boy. Bam, bam. It was a rodent. How am I enjoying the end game so far? It's fine. It's decent. I would not say that it is anything to write home about, but it is enjoyable at the least for what it is. While I have nothing else to do. Judging my post-max roll team not keeping out builds up to date instead of posting builds on POB, the payout isn't attractive. Integration will do a hell of a lot of good for POB. I mean, I have talked to Mobalytics about that before. But I have been met with, we'll see. Yo, what's up, Blaze? Good day, Diablo players. Good day. Good day. How are you doing, man? Yeah, I'm a Diablo enjoyer right now. Fuck PoE 2. That game can suck my cock. .5? I don't care anymore. Diablo is the only game for me now. That's a good sound redeem. Thank you. Wait. I'm gonna sue your ass. Ain't no way this guy's using my voice without my consent. Oh. Oh, I should probably go get some time on this. I need some more time. D4 over PoE 2? That's crazy. Nah, dude. You just don't understand. Have you played this season? This season's insane. Honestly, maybe Blizzard might be a better company than GG at this point, you know? Maybe Blizzard's even better than GGG. I'm not only saying this because I'm gonna have a Diablo sponsorship at some point coming. Definitely not. Definitely not.
Impressive. Unfortunately.
They've always been unlike this man from Exile gone. F2, well, until it releases, then I'm in love with it again. And F Diablo 4. Let's all come together F at Zeri while Beast is watching. Wait, what? Huh? Huh? Wait, what? Yeah. I don't know. I feel like the ARPG these companies know when the postseason is coming. Because when the postseason comes, that's when my sponsorships start showing up. And they're like, hey, yo, you want to do this? Do you want to do that? You want to get sponsored by this? You want to make this video? You want to do this? Because when it's during PoE off season or whatever, it dries the fuck up. Nobody want me to help promote their shit. Lilith is hot too. Honestly, Undercity ain't that bad. Some people, I feel like some people say they really don't like Undercity. I'm okay with it. Undercity's kind of whatever. I mean, it's just all killing mobs anyways. Every piece of content in this game is just literally the same. We're just killing mobs. Is that Undercity? We have to kill these little thingies and kill the mobs around the brazier. Around this little beacon.
I do this for your sake.
I do this for your sake.
So much good I would have done.
That's what my mom always says.
So much.
You might not like it, but I'm just doing this for your sake. I'm doing this for you. Okay, let's see here. I think I grabbed this. Yep. That is where we go. Oh yeah, I was supposed to get this thing too. Every 300 fury spent, 2% of your maximum life is fortified. Deal more damage when fortified. Ooh. This music is really not fitting for the Diablo universe. This is something that I've just really noticed. I was doing this music earlier when I was like reacting to stuff, so we could have like a little quiet background. But as I'm killing monsters right now, this really calm piano really isn't. It ain't quite it. That's not the playlist. Sorry, the playlist is this one right here. We're playing the Lo-Fi Maple Story playlist right now. I'll share this with you. ADHD music. Yeah, I mean, Maple Story music is goated, though. Maple Story music is actually goated. And it's not just nostalgia talking. I tried Maple Classic. I did. It was not in a great state. It had many problems, but I am excited for it to come out and try it again. But after Maple Story Classic, I have definitely been like on that like Maple Story grind though. Like it has made me want to play Maple Classic more. So I've been playing Maple Story Worlds, and I've been playing like a game on Maple Story Worlds that's like similar to the classic experience. I'm playing Chrono Story right now. I've been putting a lot of hours into that. Last night, as my stomach was churning and hot magma was spitting out of my asshole, I was playing it the entire time. Can we use Maple when you have Ragnarok instead? I wish I had gone more into Ragnarok back in the day. I love the aesthetic, but like I can't find myself playing private servers because I don't think I know how the game operates well enough to actually enjoy a private server. Sounds like Maple Story has got me in an MMO mood. Well, do I have the MMO for you? Have you heard of the Where Winds Meet? I know it just came out with a new expansion. I rated Lofty, I think 2 nights ago, and she said there's a new update that she was like super addicted to. The finale to Hex. I have no clue what that means, but I'm sure it's great. I'm not quite in the mood for it. I mean, I'm always in the mood for an MMO, but I'm not like itching for an MMO. I'm just itching for Maple Story Classic. Chrono Story is not that MMO-like. It's solo self-found. Like, you can play with other people and party with other people, but it's solo self-found. So I just kind of chill on my own time and like, you know, vegetate and watch like anime while I'm playing the game. Though there are times when I don't do that. Like I play it on my Thor, my AYN Thor, and I'm like lying in bed while playing it, and that's pretty nice too. Once I'm done with the latest CI season, probably this week, I'll be on a dopamine detox until PoE 2. Yeah, during this off season though has given me an opportunity to. I feel like I've played more games this off season than I've ever played since I started streaming. Because like it really I am getting to the point where it's like, yeah, I don't want to make videos just to make videos, you know? Because like normally even during off seasons for other seasons, it wouldn't be this long. So I'd still have videos to make that I think would be interesting for people to watch. But at this point, for any big videos I want to make that are like informative or educational or whatever, I want to save it for closer to League start. So it's like, well, I don't want to just make a video just to make it. Honestly, why I need a break, I call the PoE 2 effect ARPG, since PoE 2 delay has been seen record-breaking numbers. Never played 3 to 4 months of back-to-back ARPG, or it's honestly too much.
I do this for your sake, child. I forgive you, child. I forgive you.
I forgive you.
The people of Sanctuary are great.
I do kind of feel like maybe I should have given RuneScape a little bit of a try, though, with a new league thingy. I don't know. I feel like it could have been fun. Hooves of the Mountain God. All damage multiplier, 40% damage over time. Fury regen 4. I already have that for my current boots. Life strength. Ooh. But no movement speed. That... I mean, I could craft it into it, right? I could just craft it into it. I mean, I think these are better. I do think these are better. So we could put in... what is this called? Anger management on these boots, right? So we'll go add an affix. We want movement speed or life on these boots. Actually, we do have life already on them. I need movement speed if I can. All right, we're gonna put. Are these the boots? Yeah, these are the boots. So I do want to do add an affix. Mobility, utility. Why is my wing height weapon cost out? Is because apparently there's currently this imprint is currently disabled. So that's why that's the case. I think I still get the stats on it. I don't know. If I don't, then I should probably transmute it or whatever it's called. Right. Movement speed. Movement speed. Give me movement speed. Ooh, attacks. Reduce evade. Should master work my DPS gear? Yeah, I probably should. I probably should do it more. I've been kind of lazy on doing that. All right, this one we can remove this. What can be useful instead of that one if that one is broken? Fire, lighting, holy physical. Sure, we'll do that.
Fate must have plans for you.
I think that's fine, right? Or is there something better? Fury. That was literally what we just had, right? I think that was literally what we just had. Yep, that was what we had. So. Warpath. Lamau Pueblo. Yep. That is the name. Pueblo. Masterworking.
Anyone asks, tell them it's from Skovos.
Oh shit, I did not mean to masterwork it this far. Fire damage multiplier? Wait, that's kind of big. It's kind of not bad. It's kind of not bad. Okay, what were we doing before this? This one, right? There's 0.1% increased toughness. I think it's fine. And then we're going to go put movement speed into this one. %. That's kind of big. That's kind of big. And then we need to put anger management on these boots.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Anger management. That is something I have never felt like I have ever had the need to have. I don't know about you guys. I'm not typically a very angry person, luckily.
That's it for you know where to find me.
That's someone with anger management would have to say. No. Like, were any of you guys controller throwers?
You begin.
Are any of you guys, like, controller throwing people? I've never been that. I've never been a controller thrower.
Fight well, my friend.
You let anger manage you. Let's try Torment 7 now. You don't need help, you're well off. You've only thrown your PC? What the hell? Now that is some, that is on the next level. I feel like I could maybe... Okay, might still be a bit over my head on Torment 7 right now. Might be a little bit in over my head on this one. When it's slow, I would hit it. I mean, for some technology that does work, you know? For some technology that does work. But, definitely not, I don't think your PC would go faster if you hit it.
Curse this place. I am being followed.
I wonder if we could go here. Maybe this is better.
Let me be your shield.
Dude, do you guys remember D3, initial D3, when it first came out, when shit was actually really hard? I remember these fucking succubuses ripped my ass apart real bad. They were one of my most hated monsters at the time. No, not D4, D3. Initial release, D3 was such a hard game. You only remember the auction house? I mean, I do miss the auction house. I do miss the auction house. I do prefer a game with an economy over a game without an economy. It's in my blood, my Asian blood, to like making money. I worked on automotive field as a mechanic for 22 years, and one of the memories sticks to me is the parts manager who would become unhinged when the computer was slow. Oh shit. I need to get my Wrath of the Berserker up. Fuck. Ah! Oh, fuck. I need to get my Wrath of the Berserker up. Oh, shit, she healed. Cool. Fuck. Oh. This, I might be in over my head on this one. Especially in this little tiny hallway corridor. Fuck. And my Wrath of Berserker's not for another 70 seconds. Oh, we might be okay. I don't even know what that shit is. I can't even see it. I mean, I know there's a big circle around her that I should be away from, but I don't even know what that shit is that she's popping on the ground. Alright, well, we go. We got her. Exploit. I didn't get to play it on release. I was broke and still at F2P cock. Damn, that sucks. I mean, on release, it was not that great. Like, exactly on release, you had the error whatever. That was, not that good. I forgot what the error was called. It was error something. Error 30 something. But yeah, exactly on release date, it was not good. Diablo 3 was unplayable. Literally unplayable. Error 32, was that it? Yeah, it was literally unplayable. Oh, who the fuck are you? Oh, it's the Butcher. Oh my god, I'm doing Z. I'm doing actual Z to this guy.
I like it well done.
I don't even know if it would make a difference if I did, what is it called? My Twisters. My Dust Devils. Is it because he's plus 6 levels? Is that why I'm absolutely doing terrible? Part of me thinks that maybe if I respec, it might be better. But maybe not. It looks like it's like doing no difference.
Run, coward!
This guy beefy as fuck, man. Holy. I'm doing no damage. I'm dying. I'm dying. Rip. Maybe we don't take a tier 6, Torment 6. Maybe we upgrade our equipment a little bit more before we do that. Oh yeah, so let's look at this earlier. Do I have all the socket holes I need for this? This is Yom. I need another one of these. I need... back? You can make it so that your portal always goes to the same town. Oh, really? Can you? How do I do that? Oh, did I just favorite it? Is that what I do?
I wish Feyera could see this place.
Favorite? Yeah, okay,
I
cool.
do miss her.
Oh, what the heck? It's not letting me progress in this thing until I clear it in the old torment. Huh. Oh, that kind of sucks. Oh, let's try one more time. Try one more time. And if not, then we'll probably have to farm like Nightmare Pit or something like that for a little bit.
You die.
Yeah, we're still Z DPS on this guy. Okay. Which is like way tankier than the rest of them for some reason. Well, I guess I just rolled some bad RNG on this guy then. Because this guy fucking is eating my... I am eating his ass right now. You can do all the bosses except for him on your Warlock. I mean, I think I'll be able to kill him eventually, but it's gonna take a while. Because survivability isn't that big of a problem right now. So we'll just have to slowly but surely whittle his ass down. We're spitting. We're spitting, boys.
I like it well done.
He likes it well done, apparently. Stay alive, you win. Prioritize that. Where'd he go? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. What the fuck is this? What is this bullshit? Oh my god. Oh, Lord. Oh, no. Ooh. Ooh, that was not good. I'm freaking items close to breaking. Fuck. I think we're gonna go just farm some better gear. I think I'm just gonna go farm some better gear. That is yeah. Or we can just go with a new plan. What are these little things? Do we just get like more of them every day or something like that?
I'll be here, swinging away.
Just do T10 Butcher? Well, I'm not on T10, bro. I ain't even on T10. I'm on T7, T6. But it didn't let me lower the tiers earlier. That was a problem. I tried lowering the tier and then it was like, yeah, no, you can't do this. Like, maybe it was because the instance was there or something like that, but it wasn't letting me do it. You aren't doing war plants? What do you mean? I'm doing war plants. I do think the War Plans was a very good addition. Yeah, it doesn't really like change the gameplay in any way. You're still doing the same stuff you did before, but it's just something nice to like give you a little bit of direction and give you a little bit of variety. Instead of like before, it's like, well, I really like running Infernal Legion, so I'm just gonna keep running that over and over again. Or like, I really like running Pit, so I'm gonna keep running that over and over again. It gives you a little bit more direction to like kind of branch off and just do random shit. Keyword engagement. What's up, Paul? I require more damage. Did I have a stroke naming the stream? What do you mean? What is the name of the stream? I don't even know at this point. On YouTube side. Is this a clear speed of the vision of PoE? Well, you know, the clear speed for me is definitely low, but when you're trying to push higher and higher towers and pits, actually, people do end up kind of clear speeding like this. When you're trying to like push ladder.
Let me be your shield.
Let's see here. Challenger, exploit, might. There it is. glyphs. I really need to upgrade my glyphs though. I feel like I should just like spam war plan. No, not spam war plan. Not spam war plan. Just keep doing pit. My glyphs right now I feel like are super underleveled. Like the fact that all my glyphs are just like 100%ing right now is like not a good sign. I feel like I need to just like push the pits.
Ah, Mainlander, what brings you?
Yeah, look at all that gear. Sheesh. Am I full on charms? Fuck. Let's see here. Berserking damage bonus increase 50%. X reduction while berserking. Gain stack stay longer, stay berserking. I feel like I should be using this set. I like the freaking Secheron's Fury set, but I don't think that's what I'm supposed to be using. Probably do that. And do this. Ooh, I lose so much move speed. But I think that's the way to go. Oops, that is not the button. That is the button. Movement speed 16. Let's do this one. Movement speed. I doubt I'll ever use these again, but I want to keep the movement speed ones. Okay. Well, there's that. And then I'm going to keep... What is it? This one. This one. You reroll the charms for skill levels. Okay, there it is. This real charm set like that, the set effect. Oh no, this is different charm from the same set. Or are you saying like the 3-to-1 to them?
Pity to break another's work. That's it for that piece.
Reroll? Can you reroll it?
Back to it then.
Put it in here and it doesn't look like I can reroll it. It's only 3-to-1 and reroll. It's only 3-to-1 and reroll set charm. Like you could 3-1 it, yeah, but I don't think you could like just like straight up re-roll it. Let's see here. Maximum life crits. Okay, there it is. How do I rune craft? I need a back. So I need Prid 5x any rare runes. So I need Prid 5x any rare runes. And then 5x legendary invocation runes. So that's to craft a specific one. How do I craft random legendary? Can I craft random legendary runes? Legendary runes. I can't. Well, whatever. We'll be back to this tomorrow. But guys, it is currently 6 a.m. So it is time for me to go to bed. But before we go to the bed, there is one last section of the stream, which is the gacha giveaway. This is part of the stream where we do a pool on our gacha game. If you get a 3-star horse or an SSR card, you win $10. So come on down, folks. Come hang out for the gacha giveaway. So the long time since the last scam. It's one, it's not a scam, but two, it's been like 3 days. Not that bad. It's not that bad. I didn't describe you guys with that long. All right, X-Ray Shark, play to join, guys. X-Ray Shark, play to join. Sadly, if you're on YouTube, you will have to come over here onto Twitch. All right, you guys have 60 seconds to join, folks. 60 seconds. X-Ray Shark, play to join for your opportunity to take my hard-earned cash. All right, you guys have 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Come on down. Download Translucent TB from the Windows Store. What's Translucent TB? Hard while, or no, not hard while earning. Not hard while earning. It makes my taskbar see-through. I mean, is that really that important? It's just that's just like a preference thing, right? At that point, I feel like it's gonna eat up more of my computer's, processing power for no reason. It's to appease your OCD eyes. Oh, Mr. Dandroid, I think you might not have made it on that. Oh, no, yeah, unfortunately, you didn't make it on that one. Yeah, sadly, you missed it by like a couple seconds. But don't worry. You can always join in on the next one. All right, as per usual, this one is all about getting to as close to the center as possible. So even if you are far behind, like Mr. Silencer UA, you can still get first place. You can still get first place. So let's see who is going to be getting close to the center here. Ooh, Fearless and Moon are pretty far away, I have to say. But so far, Fearless is still the closest. Oh, never mind. Cypress now in the lead. And wow, Moonman, Mr. Moonman, congratulations. You have won the Marbles game. So as a result, you get to pull on the Gacha game. Good luck to you, sir. I wish you the best. Of course, it's the precision amount when I have the fastest marble. I mean, sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles, man. It's just how the cookie crumbles. Maybe you should get better at marbles. Maybe you should just get better at marbles. All right, here we go. Good luck, good luck. We're gonna pull out Mr. CB right here. Good luck, sir. Wish you the best. Please give me a rainbow. Please give me that rainbow. Please give me that rainbow. Come on. Ah! Unfortunately, that is a SR card. Sadly, you did not win today. But don't worry, even if you win today, there is always a chance that you win tomorrow. But guys, that wraps us up. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for watching. I appreciate you guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream because, you know, as per usual, I did. I'm gonna go raid you guys on over to my boy Obenji TV. He's currently playing some Neverness to Everness, so if you guys were curious about that game, I'm sure he can tell you all about it. But guys, y'all are the best. You guys are awesome. And don't let anybody tell you you guys are not. Peace out, folks. Have a good one.